Africa. I know you won't be disputing that one. Right, so Brother Justice, if you could introduce yourself and then you introduce the organization of what you represent there.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's a great honor to be in this studio. Thank our brother Kwame and brother Cecil for this invitation. My name is Justice Nwachineke. I'm the UK United Kingdom National Coordinator for the indigenous people of Biafra. Now, as Kwame said, Biafra is in Africa. Without getting too controversial, if you look in the ancient maps, even as far back in 1600s, you see the word or the area designated Biafra. So there's no argument about where Biafra is. Now, most of us understand it's also in Nigeria currently. And that's probably
in fact, that big sea area of Nigeria is actually called the Gulf of Biafra, isn't it? Long before Nigeria became a state.
Absolutely, absolutely. So there's a bite of Biafra, or bite of Biafra, long before Nigeria became known as a country. And that's, so if it existed in the 1600s and Nigeria got its independence in 1960, so Biafra obviously existed before, but and the issue now is whether it's inside Nigeria or is Nigeria inside Biafra. I will need to go into that. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity and privilege to share what little knowledge I have on this huge nebulous topic. But if the process or the actual outcome is to help everybody understand the situation on the ground and also to help us as Africans to stop further bloodshed in that part of the world. We'll all be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, so give a brief history of the organization, represent?
Yes. IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra, is an organization which is like a movement. A movement in the sense that it's in over 88 countries in the world. And this is occasioned because of the fact that most people who were indigenous to Biafra, which is part of the Nigeria, let's say for geographic location, have found themselves scattered all over the world. So you have people within the area of their indigene, which is Biafra within Nigeria, and also the rest of the African continent. And there's a saying that where you don't find an Biafran, then that place is not safe. So we're really everywhere. So it's an organization which is like an umbrella group, which try to unite them all to fight a common cause, which by implication, if we stabilize this part of Africa, the whole thing will spread to the rest of Africa. So we are in several countries. I happen to be one of the coordinators in the United Kingdom. So if you go to Germany, you find IPOB. If you go to France, you find IPOB, Ireland, and so on and so forth. But of course, the majority of people live in Biafra land itself. And this is what we're going to explore a bit further. Thank you.
And the common cause is, what's the aim of the organization?
Right. The aim is to have a peaceful restoration of a country we call Biafra, which, as I said earlier, existed way in the ancient days. And if we can restore it, then in a peaceful manner, because we've been through war, which I suppose we can talk about later, there's no need killing each other again to establish what you already have. So this particular organization is going for a peaceful agitation for the restoration of their sovereignty, which is Biafra.
And that means succeeding from Nigeria.
Yeah, people call it seceding. Yeah, people call it seceding. When you use the word secede, it means you're going to, literally price yourself away. But in 1967, when that the first word was used to say Biafra, part of Nigeria, was seceding, it was with the understanding that you're a part of a country and you're forcing to go away from it. But if you have been pushed out from one part of the country and you return to your village, you can't be saying you seceded from your from other parts. From the way the mind will look at it, as though you're pulling away. But the Biafran experience was that they were in other parts of Nigeria and they were pushed out of that. So nowhere else was safe until they got back to their own fatherland, as it were. And because of the rejection and all the efforts to have peace failed, they declared themselves as a separate part of the country, hoping that in so doing, they'll be left alone and no further bloodshed. Unknown to them, that declaration was a signal for Nigeria to say, well, we have this territorial integrity, you can't go out. So they killed them to kick them out, they killed them to bring them back in, and the killing is still going on. So the IPOB is trying to stop, bring an end to all this killing.
Okay. Right. If you could give us a brief history.
May I assist briefly?
Yes.
You speak of the indigenous people of Biafra.
Yes.
Everybody knows that, in a way, it's Igbo land. So who else is there?
Okay. When we look at the whole map of, if you like, Nigeria, there's a section called Igbo land. The issues like, what's the best way to say? You don't really know where the boundary is because it's if you imagine Nigeria as an artificial creation, if you look at African map, it's in boxes, isn't it? So there's an artificial creation. So there's a portion of that artificial creation which you call the Igbos live here, but they have neighbors like other tribes, like the Efik, like the Ibibio, the Ogojas, and so on. And you keep listing them. It's like if you move one part of your village and go further down, they speak a different dialect. But the way they see the worldview is similar. They have the same cultural identity and understanding. So it's difficult to price them apart. And the mistake people make, or the British make, is say, but you're Igbo and you want to colonize the next tribe. It's not like that. So there's a definite area through marriage, cultural acclimatization. They're actually one. They see themselves as one. So when Biafra was declared, it was an eastern part of Nigeria, which included not just the Igbos, although the Igbos are the majority. There are other tribes which obviously constituted the then Biafra declaration.
Are there some people call it Igoni?
Now, there's a portion of this Biafra, it's also called Ogoni. That's a tribe, which is Ogoni tribe. Yeah.
So if they wanted autonomy from Biafra,
yes,
what would be your position on
Interesting, because Biafrans, they have in their head it's autonomy. You can't force them to do what they don't want. So every single tribe that makes
let's call them people.
Because the tribe is very nebulous.
They're not just nebulous, it's a kind of negative European notion.
Indeed. So I'm glad you mentioned that. So every group of people that constitute that geographic space, if they want to have their own autonomy, that's welcome. There's no the thing is, autonomy is because we are being suppressed majority of the time, is due to people being marginalized or discriminated against, and they want their own autonomy. But all these communities actually are fractionated. Even in the Igbo land, they have different communities which are fractionated. And that is what makes it difficult to appreciate the Igbo. They have this concept that the Igbo don't have a king, or Igbo something like that, which means they don't have one person central and say, I want you to do this. So because each community has its autonomy, so it's inbuilt in their system. And as a result of that inbuilt autonomy, if there's an issue, a village will nominate someone to go and talk on their behalf. And after that discussion, that ends there. You don't carry on representing them. So when the British arrived, they find it very difficult to deal with because they want to talk to who's in charge. There's no one who is in charge. And that's a different concept for everywhere else they've been to. But other parts of Nigeria, they do have something like a ruler, an emir, and they can talk to them who then filter the information down. In the Biafran setting, you don't have this overall ruler. So every village is autonomous. So the Goni people would be autonomous. The Efik are autonomous, and so on. And the combination of all this makes what we call United States of Biafra.
Okay. So that's what the juridical entity, the new state.
That's right.
Very old, but now new in the international scene.
Indeed.
Would be.
Yes.
It'd be a United States of Biafra, United Peoples of Biafra.
Absolutely.
All right. We know that there was a civil war in the 60s, and I was around, so I know just how brutal and awful it was. I don't know if before your time.
I was in it.
All right.
As a child, I survived it.
Right, so you know better than me. All right. So one of the things that I think people have to understand is how that came about, how that actual war between, as it were, the northern part of Nigeria and the western part of Nigeria fighting together to keep the eastern part of Nigeria in a state then called Nigeria, actually still called Nigeria. So how did that come about?
Okay, before you go to that, what I wanted to give a brief history of the area today known as Nigeria. Like who was the people in there before and what contribution did they make towards human development?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a much nebulous. Fine. So the geographical space, I'm glad you used the term, geographical space called Nigeria, came about by, slowly accumulating territories by the British government. What happened was that when the scramble for Africa, but basically we all know about slave trade. When that ended, when they got enough, I'm coming to it. Because the slavery occurred, then they stopped taking human capital out of Africa. Now they come back into the African, they had to now, because they used to collect human slaves at the coast. They couldn't go inside because they don't know quite what's going on. So people used to be brought to them at the coast. So when slavery ended, they now have to find a way of getting more resources. So this is the beginning of colonization. Now, all those countries were not, there's no hard fixed boundary, which you could say, this country, I want to now come and colonize you. So they did it by stealth, gradually trading. So the French were coming, the British were coming, so they were actually fighting among each other. And the Europeans, being Europeans, they came they went to Germany and sat on a table and carved up Africa like a turkey. So the reason why Nigeria
or a fish.
So they had a dinner. They had a dinner party. So they said, all right, you want the leg bit? I'm sticking to my chicken. You want the leg bit? Okay, we'll give you the leg bit. I'll take the arm, I'll take the chest or whatever. You understand? So to stop the Europeans fighting among each other. So when it came to Nigeria, the French were coming from the north and from the west. And then the British sneaked in from the coast and went up to confront the West and to confront the French. So there was, therefore, a deliberate ploy by the British. They started trading at the coast and they gradually moved up to the north. So unknown to them, there was in the north what we call an established empire, which is Islamic. And they were coming down to the south coast. They were coming down to move Islam all the way down to the southern coast. And if you like, in West Africa, it's that eastern part, which became Biafra, that hasn't been Islamized. So there was an intention to bring Islam down south coast. So the British met it.
And much of the West wasn't Islamized either, the Yoruba people.
Indeed, they were half and half. So they met this, the British met this intended conquest, if you like, head on, to stop them coming down and taking more slaves. There was a fight to stop that. So the British, under a soldier, a colonial soldier called Lugard, sent his military to try and conquer the all-conquering Islamic forces. They were very, very upset with that because they thought if the British wasn't there, they would have conquered the whole country. So we have to bear that in mind. But the British conquered the north because the north was conquered by the Fulani, a tribe called Fulani. I'm going to quickly introduce them. A people called Fulani who took on the indigenous people called the Hausas in the northern part of Nigeria. And they subdued them and also sent what they call the emirs. Each town or the area they conquered, they had a Fulani person ruling it.
A kind of a big chief.
Indeed. So they call it emirs. Now, those emirs confronted the British, and British conquered them because the people the emirs conquered, the houses, they didn't like to be conquered by the Fulanese. So it was easier for the British to conquer the Fulanese, if you imagine what's going on. So the British conquest of the Fulanese was easier than they would have admitted if the whole of the north was behind and fighting the British. So the British said we had the Maxim, the machine gun, so it was easier for them because you have this. Anyway, so they conquered the northern Nigeria where the Fulanese were predominant in ruling. And then the Fulani played, so right, okay, you conquered us, we understand. In fact, Lugard himself said, by the same authority you used to subdue the houses, we're using it to subdue you. So, but what they did was to allow them to carry on ruling that part.
Indirect rule in the book.
So, so that's it's a very, very strange thing. You conquer them and say, but you can carry on ruling as you have been ruling, but we are in charge now.
It suited the British very well.
It suited them because they didn't have the manpower to administer the whole area. They used the indigenous people who are ruling it to maintain that. So that is up in the north. That's obviously a huge geographical area. But when it came to the south, it was a slightly different scenario.
First happened before that.
It happened before that because in order to get to the north, you have to come from the south. So they bombarded a place like Lagos with a naval gunship, and those ones just caved in because they can't really fight naval gunship. The British had a mighty navy. They conquered the east as well, and they merged east with the west. So they now and called it Southern Nigeria, was protectorate. I don't know who they protected. So they call it Southern Protectorate. And the Southern Protectorate were merged as a result of Lagos, the west and the east. Remember, the capital was originally in Calabar, which is in the east. And I'm sure my brothers in West Indies know about Calabar School and so on.
We have a college in Jamaica by
Indeed,
that name.
Calabar. So it's actually indigenous to that part. So therefore, you had the southern part with protectorate, then merged with the northern part which has been conquered, which became the Nigeria. So you have the southern protectorate merged with the northern protectorate in 1914. This when all this happened.
Let's get back to that. I think that my brother Kwame was asking something else. Before all of that, the area that we call Nigeria has a culture, and it's very impressive. It's the first place outside of Egypt. It's the first place that excited me because it has Benin and Ife and Igbo Ukro and all of that wonderful and Nok and all of that. I think when he said, what is his contribution to human culture? That perhaps is what he was asking you to talk about. So if you
phenomenal contribution. Phenomenal contribution. I suppose the Benin culture, for example, if you go to the bronze, they are really masters of it. And what the British did before they merged into Southern Protectorate, the Benin culture had their own military. They resisted the British invasion force.
400 years.
And then British then sent an expedition force to totally wipe them out.
1896 or 97.
Indeed. And as a result of complete destruction of the Benin Kingdom, they grabbed all the artifact and brought it to the British. In fact, I think 2 days ago, I read somewhere saying, we want our statues back.
The Nigerians have been asking for that for the longest while. They offer to loan it. They say it's dangerous to hand it back. You don't have you don't have sufficient, the right condition there to protect it. All kind of arguments. They say we didn't really steal it with legitimate,
we captured it. We found it. So it's the same thing as the Greek marble.
Absolutely, yeah.
So the culture, when you look at them, the intricacy of it is phenomenal. I personally saw an exhibition many years ago when I was at university, when they came to London, of the artwork. And we mentioned Benin. We also, when they come to the eastern part, they also had this amazing, delicate exhibition, the pot with the weave, right? They also had that you can really appreciate the advance in their culture. Then in the north, they also had their own Islamic way of doing things. So the Nook culture was also, we're talking centuries ago. But
it's actually more than centuries. The
ancient times,
the foundation culture, the earliest thing that the archaeologists talk about is the Nok culture, and it's now agreed that it can date it back to about 1000 BC.
Absolutely.
So we're not talking about centuries, we're actually talking about millennia, talking about 3 millennia of a continuous culture that has connection.
That's right.
In artistic material that uses bronze, that uses ivory, that uses wood, which doesn't last very long, and that also uses baked pottery, which does last very long if it's not in wet conditions. So we actually have, because all of this stuff is preserved, evidence of the quality of that cultural connection and reality that does in fact go back 3,000 years.
And you also have pyramids built in a place like Udi in the eastern part. There are pyramids which most people don't know about. So to talk about what have they contributed, it's not just in that culture. Their music, their artwork, and of course the history. You only need to listen to some of their languages. Some of us have certificates put in the drawer, but those people, their wisdom in their idioms will make you understand they were really advanced cultures.
Speaking of language, one of the fascinating things is that the Hausa, who the Igbos may not particularly like, I don't know, but the Hausa have this wonderfully, I'm sure it's not actually more intricate than anybody else's, but the Western linguists regard it as a phenomenally complicated and impressive language. There's a reservoir of all kinds of cultural stuff. And they've suddenly decided that it's not really an African language at all. Because every time something of cultural that they recognize as of cultural significance is found in Africa, it cannot be African. So I think on this program we were saying a few weeks ago, so the Hausa language, because of its riches, is not African. The Ife bronzes, which were rediscovered in the early 20th century. The first one in 1910, and then a whole set of them in Ife, in the Olokon Grove, as you probably know, in the 1920s. Once that stuff was discovered, clearly, artistically, it's on a match with ancient Egypt and with ancient Greece. They don't talk about ancient Egypt. They say that the Greeks must have come across the Mediterranean, come across the Sahara, come another 1,000 miles down across the grassland and the forest, and taught these Africans how to do this stuff. Even though, in point of fact, Greece's flowering is 500 or 600 BC, and we now know that the Nok stuff is at least 500 years older, and probably even older than that. So it makes no sense at all. And they do the same thing with Great Zimbabwe. Great Zimbabwe is this phenomenal monument, probably 13th century, and they get there, they see it, and it cannot be African. So I have a little book. The title of it is the Arab builders of Great Zimbabwe, and they have these people in Arab dress who they're saying went all the way down the Indian Ocean, and then how far up into Africa is Great Zimbabwe? It's at least 1,500 miles, probably 2,000 miles. Africa is vast, and they say that these people left from wherever in the Arab world they came from. Leave aside the fact that the Arabs are actually mostly black people, but leave that aside, and come down, get up in the middle of Africa, and build these things. Yeah. And the problem with that one, there's so many problems with it, is that although Great Zimbabwe is the biggest of these stone cities, in fact, the Mashonaland, which is effectively where they are, that includes part of Zimbabwe and part of Mozambique, is full of stone cities, as I think I was saying on this program a few weeks ago. So that's what we find. They cut off the north of Africa and say that's not Africa. And then even when in the now Africa south of the Sahara, sub-Saharan Africa, put is sub, it must be inferior. And then you find stuff there. How do you explain that these people were supposed to be primitive, non-creative, have done stuff? So the explanation is that they really didn't do it. The Portuguese helped the Benin to make their bronzes, or the Greeks helped their predecessors to the people of Ife to make their bronzes, or they don't bother to know that those people were part of a tradition that stretched back before Greece. Leave aside the Egyptian connection or the Ethiopian connection. Yeah,
absolutely, because the Herodotus, who's known as a Greek historian,
he was indeed.
If he's the father of history, he wrote about Africa.
Yes.
So you can be a father of history writing about history that's already been made.
Yes.
So everything African, like the building the pyramids, all the advanced technology, they always try to find it impossible to attribute it or to ascribe it to black people.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the bottom line.
Absolutely.
So the civilization is for them to see and acknowledge they actually belong to black people.
Yes.
And they try everything to denigrate. I think it was Napoleon who chopped up the nose of the Sphinx.
Yes.
Because he couldn't believe.
Then he shot it off.
So that for him, it can't possibly be black nose. It can't. So to answer your question, civilization in Africa, wherever you look, you find there were more pyramids, weren't they, in Sudan?
Yes, absolutely. Than in Egypt. Absolutely.
So people don't say that. So the black people, they were, if from point of view of contribution to civilization, they're highly advanced. And the Renaissance they talk about
we invented human culture first, and then human civilization. Everything that they call civilization. Literature, music, the arts, medicine, scientific technology, and so on. All of that starts in Africa.
So what they did was to conquer Egypt and burn all the books that will support. But the hieroglyphics, all the writing is still there for them to see.
Let's just look briefly at that burning process before. Right. So, and it's legitimate, because what we're really talking about is African contribution to world civilization, and we're focusing on Nigeria, but it connects the whole of the continent. So that burning process, it doesn't start with Napoleon. When the Greeks arrive and conquer Egypt, they collect up Egyptian books that are scattered. Scattered is the wrong word, that are located in the temples throughout Egypt. So they scatter them up and they put them in a library in Alexandria. And people talk about this as a Greek library. Nothing Greek about it. Greeks never had any books to put in no library. They've been writing for about 400 years by then, and most of the stuff that they've written was stolen, imitated, whatever from ancient Egypt. So all of this stuff gets collected up in effectively two different entities in Alexandria and so on. And then the Romans arrive and the burning process starts. There's either an accidental or deliberate fire at the time of Mark Antony in that war between him and another Caesar. The stuff the stuff that takes place around
it could be Pompey, Alexander.
Around what the queen did name?
Queen Cleopatra.
Queen Cleopatra, exactly so. And so the burning begins then.
Yes.
And then the Arabs arrive,
Yes.
and they do some burning.
Yeah.
And before the Arabs, the Christians, who don't like this heritage of pagan, because Jesus is not celebrated in it, they burn some of that stuff. And so the burning, the destruction and stealing thing has been going on for at least 1,100 and something years. Horrible stuff. Yeah.
So there's a lot you can say, the contribution. So if it doesn't matter where you go in Africa, when you look hard enough, you find advanced civilization. But the West will say, oh, it must have come from alien culture. It must have come from outside. And that's really where we are.
And on the burning stuff, because in addition to Egypt, Ethiopia, and that Northeast Africa being a real residue of African civilization, you also have stuff that develops in the north of Nigeria, in places like Senegal, just to the north of Senegal, Mali, and Timbuktu, all of that. They are full of manuscripts. Most of the manuscripts are in Arabic, but not at all exclusively in Arabic. And most of it is still there, or if not most, a whole heap, gigantic amounts of manuscripts that contain all kinds of knowledge is still there. And those people who don't like indigenous African language, even if it's in African knowledge, even if it's in their language, because they're Arabic. So right now, Islamists are busy in Mali, in Timbuktu. The French are trying to stop them. God knows why the French are trying to stop them. And the UN, and see why the UN is trying to. But that burning process happening because, just as in Afghanistan, there's some Islamic barbarians, and they destroy stuff that non-Islamic because they see it as, well, just not Islamic and therefore not in praise of Allah. It doesn't matter how old it is. It doesn't matter whether it predates Allah and Islam or not. They set about to destroy it, and a lot of that is happening in the Sahel, just to the south of the Sahara right now. So these processes are alive and still damaging our culture, historical heritage.
And my headache now is those who have been privileged to read a little bit is to make sure our people understand all this.
Absolutely,
so
yes.
The history belongs to history books, but we're going to bring it alive. It's the knowledge we impart to the next generation is important to empower them to realize, hang on, what's this about Africans being inferior? That's not right. And that's really the message I want to say. So I don't know if that's
and just one last point about that before we return to modern Nigeria. This burning and destruction and denial, this cutting off of the north of Africa, of Egypt, and saying that it wasn't African, wasn't black. That serves a real function, right? Because when the Europeans arrive in India or in China, which they did, or in Japan, or even in Mexico, they see and acknowledge at once that they are in the presence of old, deep culture. You don't want to do that in Africa, but there is evidence of that also in Africa. So what they do is deny the African nature of what they discover there. So when you talk to an Indian or a Chinaman, he knows that I belong to a culture that has all this ancient books and artifacts and so on. When you talk to an African, because of what the Europeans have done to us, we don't know how rich our culture is. We don't know that we're at the head of Africa, of world civilization. We don't know what our ancestors have done. And we believe what they throw at us, that we're nothing and have never done anything, which is history's largest ever lie. Right? Just as the enslavement of our people is history's largest monstrosity. The Jews are trying to tell us that the Holocaust is the worst thing that happened in history. Not a thing of so. What happened to us is by far eons more than the Holocaust. This is not to approve the Holocaust in any way or to deny it, but it's small beer in comparison to what happened to us. And yet we, because of the power of the media, because of our own ignorance, because much of this stuff we've been able to know for something like the last 2 centuries. There have been individual black people who are writing this stuff, and it's there in the book. but we don't bother to learn it because we don't get told that it's there. We don't know that's important, and we listen. Our young people listen to all kinds of stuff. I listened to Michael Jackson. You just playing with Michael Jackson, and I didn't understand a word of it. To be absolutely to be absolutely honest, and that's what our young people are listening to, right? And sometimes there's stuff there, but mostly there's next to nothing there. And the places that they could go for real knowledge of us, of our history, of our contribution to humanity, of indeed of our making of humanity, the people of them don't know because they don't have any way of accessing it.
Yeah, so that's partly why, if you have a stable country, and Biafra would be one of those, it will respect these cultures. It will explain to our people, particularly in the diaspora, what has happened. There'll be an accuracy without necessarily banting about, being melodramatic about what's happened to us. There will be events, there'll be lecture, there'll be, if you like, an explanation of who we are. And Biafra, when it was there for 2.5 years, demonstrated 2.5 years.
Oh, the state.
67 to 70, during its war, it demonstrated its ability to innovate. And then it was totally impossible to innovate. Some Europeans arrived and say, this is the first place we've been to in Africa where the blacks are doing everything. So they were shocked at the amount of what they were able to do. So civilization had been there, but we need to mine it and have stable countries in Africa which will actually show it. So people from abroad will come in and see for themselves. Until we have stable countries, it's going to be difficult to do that.
So return now then to what you were telling us about, which is the making of Nigeria, say in the 19th and 20th century.
So it was therefore a colonial construct in the sense that you had these indigenous cultures embedded prior to the arrival of the Europeans who were scrambling for mineral resources and had to acquire wealth to run their industries. So Nigeria, therefore, was put together, what we call an agglomeration of divergent cultures. In fact, the person who put them together, Luga, said, water and oil can't mix. They know that the type of cultures that were in their different, if you like, peoples, although they intermarried, they looked after, they were never at war. They were not industrialized killing of one tribe or the other. They intermarried, they traded. So all these things, but they had a different, distinct identity. Now, so
what
Nigeria,
what did Lugard mean when he talked about water and oil not mixing?
Because he realized from the north, the Muslim way of doing things is different from the. Remember, I said to you, they had somebody who could rule and tell them what to do. Whereas in the south, in the east, they have some stubborn people like myself who, if you want to tell them what to do, you have to call a meeting.
But another part of
when you call a meeting, then people sat down and discussed what you're bringing to them to do, whether it's to their advantage or not. So as a result, there were two different people. The British could tell the North what to do, and they do it straight away. They can try and impose it in the East, and it wouldn't work.
Right. I have a question that arises from something that you said earlier, which I know independently, which is that you also said that the Biafran War in effect started because there had been a process by which Biafrans who were everywhere in what was then Nigeria were killed and pushed back into Nigeria.
Pushed out of Nigeria.
No.
Pushed out of Nigeria, back to the part, and then killed to bring back.
Okay. So I think we're agreeing. I might be saying it differently, but in effect, what I heard you saying, and I know this to be true, that people from eastern Nigeria were living in the north, they were living in the west. That there came a moment when the place in the north of Nigeria called the Sabangari, it was a district in one of the big cities, where there's an attack on them and very many thousands were actually killed in that process. So what I'd like you to address briefly is how it came to be the case that those people from the east were living in those numbers in the north.
Absolutely. It's a very, very pertinent question. Now, as I said, the British went there and united water and oil together. So you say to the northern people, we're going to rule you by indirect rule. Yeah? By indirect rule means you have their own way of running their countries and affairs in place. They say, oh, you're a Muslim, yes, but can we bring Christianity to you? Say, no, you can't. We have a Muslim. How about schools? No, Islamic schools. How about catching up with the modern world? No. We do it at our own pace. Down south, what happened? I'm answering your question. Why did you have this problem number?
I'm in agreement with you. I think I understand where you're going.
So down south, Christianity arrived. They say, God sent us. They say, we know God. What's the problem? He said, we might actually believe you. God might have sent you. And what is it you can offer us? Oh, okay, schools? So one village would build a school, and the next one say, this thing is good. We better build ours. So there's a competition. To cut a long story short, down south part of Nigeria.
Don't cut that story short. It's very important.
Okay. Yeah. So the reason I'm going that way is that there was an assimilation of the Western ways of doing things. Because after fighting the British and the British conquered them, they said, what have you got to offer us? Okay. What about churches, schools, and so on? So communities started developing. And what I'm going to say, cut a long story short, because of time, you end up having something like 800.
Sorry, we can come back next week if
you want to explain this properly. You have something like 841 secondary schools, let's say, down in the south. This is pre-independence.
Yes, I know.
Compared to nearly about 42 in the north. But the north is vast. The size of Western Europe. So if you have in the down south, I'm talking both in the Yoruba West and also in the East, a vast amount of secondary schools, but in those days quite rare. They were able, therefore, to produce those who can write, who can therefore do administration for the British government, which were needed in the north. So therefore, they went up north to run the trade, the post offices, and all the things. Now, you mentioned the word Sabongari before. For the benefit of the listeners, Sabongari is a place where if you arrive in the north, because you're not a Muslim, they will not allow you to live inside their walled city. You lived outside the walled city because visitors' quarters called Sabongari. Now, Sabongari therefore occupied by those who came from the southern part. And in the Sabongari, they were called privileged pariahs because they were actually doing the work and getting money from the Europe, in other words, they were earning salaries, sending their
servants of colonialism in effect.
So they're benefiting, they're having cars, having shops. Meanwhile, the indigenous people were, so hang on, they've come to our land and they're taking over our jobs. You can imagine where this is going. So they began to restrict them. You're not allowed to own, lands. If you do, we'll rescind it. And there's so much so that they said, if we don't take any plan to stem this flow, we're going to be swamped. So their premier.
Everybody did their day, make we day our day. Thank you. Biafra, I'm happy. Thank you.
Oh Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, great Biafrans, wherever you are. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2, coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nwachineke, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nwachineke is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He is the director of Radio Biafra and her television. He is the commander of the armies of Biafra and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. This broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Nwachineke. Once again, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, great Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, even the enemies of Biafrans. You are highly welcome. As you know, one thing is for us to press on, is for us to move on, is for us to press on to make sure that this British abominable contraption called Zoological Republic of Nigeria comes to an end, and for the restoration of the kingdom of God here on earth, which is Biafra, longitude 0, latitude 0. Nobody will tell you that, only on Radio Biafra. We must press on to make sure that Biafra is being restored. This is your duty, this is my duty, this is our mission. This generation that are existing, that are listening to me, this is our mission here on earth. To fight, not for pleasure, not for any other thing, but to restore the kingdom of God here on earth. You must be part of this history, my dear sister. You must be part of this history, my dear brother. It doesn't matter what the enemy is saying, what they have done, what they are planning. That one is rubbish. You must be focused. You and I must be focused. Continue to press that button. The department you are, continue to press that button. Don't allow the interlude, I call it interlude, the demonic interlude to distract you. Enemy throws it on the way. You remember the hurdle race. When you are running, there are some hurdles, you have to jump it, you have to jump it. It's always natural. It's the natural phenomenon of what we are doing. Don't expect it just to be plain. When it's so plain, be careful, because the big one is ahead of you. The big one that you may not escape is ahead of you. I tell you the gospel truth, my dear brother. So all these things must be there, but the ability to overcome it, and to overcome it is what we are talking about. The strength, the wisdom, the knowledge to overcome all these things. It what makes us the great Biafrans as we answer. This is the time we need to understand, to download how things are working and begin to use it and move on. Enemies are there, yes. They are killing us, yes. They are trying, yes, or whatever, yes. That is the duty of the enemy. What do you expect your enemy to do? Is to kill you, to poison you, to do whatever he wishes. That is the duty of the enemy. Then what is your own duty? To overcome it, to escape it, to dodge it, not to allow it to come to pass. This is your own duty. Enemy has to play his own duty. That is why each time I come on a broadcast, I welcome them. Because as they react, then I know the next thing to do. This is how it works. But when you want to live in paradise while you are still on planet Earth, that Yeshua told you that this world is not of you, then you make a mistake. Even the so-called politicians that looted the whole money, they looted the whole money, they have everything. Still, they are not happy. They are not safe, because the earth is not a paradise. I must tell you that, my dear brother, and that is how it is. So you and I must press on to move on to make sure that we bring this abomination to end. Nigeria is an abomination. Nigeria is a plague. Nigeria is a curse to humanity, to you, to me, to African country. But one thing with mostly African people is that they love what destroyed them. That is why they will not see the danger and the distraction and the destruction that Zoological Republic is giving to them as an African. Because the earlier the better they discover that Nigeria is a curse, the better for them. Nigeria is a plague in the continent of Africa. It would have been a blessing, but the hand of the enemy has entered to convert it into a plague. And that is why it's killing, maiming all the hopes of Africa on Nigeria. That when Nigeria is good, then they will be good. To tell you that they don't have hope. No hope for them. That is why it's a curse. It's a curse. Nigeria is a curse. And we that have realized must push it harder for the Zoological Republic to come to an end. Other African countries may not, they might even like it to be there, not knowing that Nigeria existence is the source of their problem, their backwardness. But when Nigeria is being disintegrated and Biafra rises, the sun shines, they will see what they have never seen before. They will see the transformation of African continent instantly because the light has come. The darkness is so off. But wisdom, knowledge, understanding is not in them to have that understanding. The Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. And that is why Africans are perishing, suffering, because they don't want this light to shine. They're still believing in what is killing them. But we, the children of God, we Umuchineke, we Nwachinekes, we must press on. Brother, wherever you are, we must press on to bring this abomination to an end. Nigeria must come to an end. Nigeria must not exist again. Nigeria is a plague. Nigeria is evil. Nigeria is backwardness. Nothing good is coming out of Nigeria. If you have common sense, you will know that there is no hope in Nigeria. Whether you are electioning or no electioning, whether you are commissioner, your father is this, there is no hope in Nigeria. No hope. Nothing good will ever come out of Nigeria again. Nothing. Every day you open page of their own newspaper, despite the regulation of the NBC in the Broadcasting Corporation, despite the threat by the government of the Zoological Republic, still you still seeing some certain news that are not good from their own newspaper. Then how much more when some of these newspapers are independent? They will explain, they will expose, they will tell, they will analyze some certain things that will make you to run mad instantly. Brother, sister, listen to us. There is no hope in Nigeria. There is no hope in Nigeria. It's hopeless. Nigeria is hopeless. As dilapidated as the road in the southeast is, that is how Nigeria is. It cannot be fixed by these people. Nothing. Nigeria is gone and gone forever. The earlier you allow Nigeria to come to an end, brother, sister, the better for you and I. Yes, the better for you and I. The better for the future to come. Nothing good will ever come out of the Zoological Republic. God has given him the duration and he has lasted for 100 years. Could anything good come out? The answer is no. Only killing, spilling of blood, shedding of blood, torturing people, frustration. These are the things you see every day. People are dying like fowl. People are dying like fowl. Nothing good. Even when you become the leader, you become a curse. The late General Muhammad Buhari, the impostor, visited Joshua. Anthony Joshua visited him. And you see the gifts. You see the blessing he transformed to them. Because curse, when you walk with a cursed person, if you don't have abundant grace to resist it, it will rob you. It will rob you. That is one thing with curse. When somebody is cursed, you don't need to associate with that person. You must know that. Tony Joshua lost woefully, even found himself in the hospital because he bowed down to a cursed man. Buhari is dead. And the impostor bless him with a curse. Nothing is working. See the economy since they took over. Look at the level they have dropped the zoo. I pity you that keep your money in Naira. These criminals, these politicians that are looting money, their own money, the money they looted in Nigeria, the money they looted is in foreign banks, Swiss bank, in dollars, in pounds, in Dutch, in foreign currencies, and the money is not going down. But look at how the exchange is destroying our local businessmen. A brother in China buy goods and send to the zoo. In 27 days, the goods is already in the wharf. It will last another 1 month there, making it 2 months before that container will come out. By the time it comes out, the price has gone up. Let's say he will sell it top the money. By the time he finished selling, he want to return the money back to China to buy another goods. Then he needs to, is either the value of that money have to go down or he must add another money. These are what our people are suffering in this exchange rate. But when Dangote and other criminals, Obasanjo, Sibanjo, Njonjo, all these criminals, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, them, when they want to take their money out, they will now use the CBN transfer, and they will transfer it on a normal rate of dollar. Then their money will go to foreign bank and stay. These are people that are now gallivanting, agitating, clamoring for 2023. How many of their bank account is in the zoo? How many of their buildings is in the zoo in Nigeria there? The only one there is just for formality. Other of their properties are outside, and they are telling you to come and vote for them, come and do this PDP, APC, and you foolish Nigeria are jumping up. You see, when you are foolish, God will allow more costs to come upon you. That is why you are suffering. Your brain, Nigerians are they are so foolish. They are so foolish. Bola Ahmed Tinubu has spent almost 2 months or thereabout in foreign hospital, whereby he was the governor of a state for 8 years, and he's putting his voice. Can't even say, let me build one powerful hospital that I can go there and take treatment. And they will be coming out now showing themselves as governors, as a president, as ministers, and whatever. And you cannot agitate. Rather, when you come to the social media and see your brother writing 1 or 2 things, you try to attack them, defending criminals. That is why God allowed the cause to continue. Cause will continue. You continue to suffer. You know me, I don't paint words. I release it how it comes, how it's been dropped in my heart. Cause, frustration will be coming to you. The worst one is those in the north. You see all these Almajiris, these northern zoologians, that their brain in the next 100 years, and Almajiri have not repented. Their own will be worst. The banditry are killing them. The ISWAP are recruiting them, sending them, and they are killing them, and they are no. In fact, everything is just left and right. No place is okay. No place is normal. Their own will be worse, and they will be killing them and maiming them. But you, most of you in the middle belt, mostly the Christians, we are continuing to tell you, the jihad that is coming, if you don't rise up, just forget about it. But we continue to talk because you have a thick skin. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2, coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Onyendu, Mazi Nwachineke, Hamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nwachineke is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He's the director of Radio Biafra and her television, and he's the commander of the armies of Biafra. And this broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Nwachineke. And I'll ask you just to bow down your head as we commit our proceeding into the hands of Jehovah Elohim, who giveth us the ability to progress. Father, we thank you, we give you praise, we give you glory. Be thou exalted, ancient of ancient, Jehovah Nissi. We worship you, we adore thee. We lift your name high above every other name, because there is none like thee. Blessed Redeemer, we thank thee for the life you have given to us. We continue to thank you, Abba, Father, Jehovah, that you will do more. You will heal us. You will remove illness, sickness, diseases in our body, in our life. Heavenly Father, you will strengthen us from day to day, from night to night, oh Lord. Father, you will as well forgive us our sin. The psalmist said that you have removed our sin from east to west. Father, Lord God Jehovah, forgive us in any area we have sinned against you. Continue to sin. Remember, we, your children, we are like that fish in the water. We hardly go without sin. We plead for forgiveness. Any area we have gone contrary, Abba, Father, knowingly or unknowingly, we continue to ask for forgiveness. Have mercy upon us, O Lord. Forgive us our sin. Cleanse us, O Lord God Jehovah. Those who are willing to repent, Abba, Father, that indeed, O Lord, your grace will fall upon us. You will strengthen us. You will bless us once again. You will guide us. You will protect us from the hands of the wicked. Immortal Redeemer, ancient of ancient. There is no God like thee. You alone is God, and beside thee there is no any other God. We lift your name high above every other name. That is why we worship you. Early morning, we worship you. We adore thee. As the sun rises, we give you praise at all times. Because you are Shekinah glory. You are Elohim. You are Chukwu Okikabia Mekekero Wanile. You are the Most High God. Father, we bless thy holy name. Heavenly Father, Lord God Jehovah, the Bible says you inhabited in the praises of your people. As we praise you, worship, and adore thee, we know, Lord God Jehovah, that you hover over the atmosphere where we are praising you. We say, hallowed be thy name. Take glory, ancient of ancient. Take glory, Shekinah glory. Father, as we lift your servant, our leader, Mazi Nwachineke, before you, Lord God Jehovah, immortal Redeemer, Lord God, Abba Father, ancient of ancient to Lord God Jehovah. The Bible said that he that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High abide in the shadow of the Almighty. Our leader, your servant, O Lord, have been dwelling in your secret place, O Lord. He will abide in the shadow. No projection, no attack, no invocation, no enchantment, no bullet, no poison, no chemical gas. Abba, Father, that the enemy has arranged against his life shall come to pass. Jehovah Nissi, rather you will turn it back to them, because the Bible made it clear that he that rolleth a stone, unto him shall the stone roll back, and he that diggeth a pit will fall into it. Your servant, our leader, his hands are clean. Everybody knows that he stands for justice, for his own people, for equal rights. That is what he's claiming. But the wicked, the demons themselves, the Abubakar Malamins, the Garbashewus, and whoever, Lord God Jehovah, these people are there for evil. Heavenly Father, you will never allow wickedness to come to him, O Lord. Whatever they are planning, Abba Father, let it bounce back to them, to the glory of your name, that men will know that the God in heaven is the God of the Biafran. Ancient of ancient, we give you praise. We lift ESN before you, Abba Father, my Lord and my God, Jehovah Nissi. The Bible made it clear that you hovers over the camp of your people. Father, Lord God Jehovah, let that your angelic being, that archangel, be the commander of the ESN day and night. Jehovah Jireh, they are moving in and they are coming back. Abba Father shall be successful. Heavenly Father, they will see the enemy, but the enemy will not see them. Jehovah Nissi, Abba Father, they will destroy the enemy, immortal Redeemer, and the enemy will run away. Jehovah Nissi, they will defend the land because it's your holy land. Abba Father, Jehovah, they will defend us, we your children, because Lord God Jehovah, you have chosen them to do this job. Father, I pray that you strengthen them. Father, I pray that you protect them. Father, I pray that you be with them at all times, to the glory of your name. Jehovah El Shaddai, Jehovah Adonai, there is none like thee, O Lord. There is none like thee, and there will never be any like thee. Abba Father, the same way we lift Biafrans all over the world, from North Pole to the South Pole. My Lord and my God, Jehovah Nissi, Abba Father, according to your word in Psalm 68, verse 19, blessed be God who daily loaded us, his people, with blessing. As the day is breaking, Lord God Jehovah, may your children all over the world feel your blessings, oh Lord God Jehovah, because the steadfastness of the Lord never changes. His mercy never comes to an end. They are new every morning. Heavenly Father, new blessing upon every IPOB listening, new blessing upon every IPOB working assiduously for the restoration of Biafra. New blessing, something great, something new. Abba Father, let there be good news in the life of every IPOB from North Pole to the South Pole, that your name will be glorified. Father, remember, it is you that will take glory. Not man, not bishop, not pastor, not pope, not everybody, but you, Jehovah Jireh, will take the glory. Father, visit them, bless them. Let that door open in their life, Abba Father. Let there be good news. Let there be restoration. Let there be refreshment to Lord God Jehovah in their life, in their family, in their businesses, to the glory of your name, that they will be able to sponsor this struggle from the beginning till the end. My Lord and my God, Abba Father, Jehovah, I give you praise. Blessed be your holy name as I continue to speak to the land of the rising sun, O Lord God Jehovah. Evil will never be in the holy land. Biafra land is sacred. Biafra land is holy. Biafra land is sacred, O Lord God. Father, we command the land, Abba Father, to swallow evil forces in Biafra land. Let it be swallowed, Abba Father, that indeed evil will disappear and your glory will continue to reign, to the glory of your name. Thank you, Abba Father, Jehovah. Thank you, Jehovah Nissi. Thank you, El Shaddai Adonai. Be thou exalted. That it is we pray and believe that you have answered us as we make this prayer in the mighty name of your beloved Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. Great Biafrans, we have come.
Ajurumanya Remono Anurumunu Kenasi David Jova Gimiranyaka David Jova Gimiranyaka Zor
Great Biafrans, we have come to continue to press on. Let's see the news in details. Let's see the headline news. Nothing good comes out of the Zoological Republic. Always expect the evil. But why this evil is continuing in the Zoological Republic of Nigeria is because most of the African people are foolish. We are foolish. We are stupid. We must tell ourselves that truth. That is why we will see evil and we will still continue to move in it. We continue to clap hand for evil. We continue to clap hand for evil, thinking that evil will just disappear. No. If the sun didn't rise by force, you see how the sun rises from the east every morning, just as it's rising where you are right now. If the sun didn't rise with force, it cannot push out the darkness. And you see, when the sun is going down, you see the same darkness that just disappeared in the morning. You see it returning back. That is how the natural things are in this world. And that is how it will be until the end. I tell you the truth. That is how it will continue until when the prophecy of Isaiah will be fulfilling in Isaiah 60. If you read Isaiah 60, from verse 17, there's a place that your sun will never go down and your moon will never go off. If not, the darkness will continue on this planet Earth. Nothing will stop it. That is how it is in your own natural life. If you don't push evil, if you don't start fighting this evil, taking your gun and your bullets, blowing off the head of these criminal politicians, whether in Ariwa or in Ududuwa land or in Biafra land, you start killing these people that are bringing evil. It will continue. It will continue. Evil is evil until you scrap it completely. Just look at Biafra land. Because we try to remove the police, this criminal, this Al-Shabaab call themselves police and soldiers on the road, so that there will be free flow. Our own brothers now are criminals, cultists. They are cultists going house to house because they know that the police are not there. So that is why when you see, when we are scrapping things, we will scrap it completely. Cultists, bandits, criminal, whatever. Evil is evil. If you don't scrap evil, it will continue until the sun rises into the planet Earth with full force. With full force, darkness will not go. You remember Genesis chapter 1? It said that the earth was formless and there was a dark, and there is nothing in it until when Elohim speak a prophetic word into the planet and say, "Let there be light." It was darkness. There was a contention between both positive and negative forces as at that time. Because as at the creation of the planet Earth, these forces have been existing in a particular place. Don't let Christian church confuse you. There are forces that have been existing before the creation of man. You must know that. If you don't push it out, it will be there. Short and simple. Evil is in the Zoological Republic until you fight it. I believe the Western world kicked their own and they send it to Africa. That is why their own country somehow is better than us, even though they have nothing. They only snow. But you see, we still rush there. Breaking, let's take this news. Say residents flee as Boko Haram insurgents attack Yobe. Yobe town, they are attacking Yobe. The governor of Yobe, I don't know, Yobe state, I don't know whether he has returned back. Damaturu. He is now governor and also doing some APC chairman work. You see the criminals, how they are planning for their own future, for their own evil future, to make sure that they succeeded, so that darkness will continue. But if you don't fight it, it will be. His state is there. The same state, this idiot, what's his name? Inspector General of Police, Al-Khali, Baba Usman Al-Khali, the same state. But Boko Haram is ravaging. The same man will come to Delta State and tell us, or in Enugu, and tell them that they should deal IPOB decisively. You see evil. You cannot see its truth in all these pages of newspaper to analyze it, to let people know. Look at his state. This idiot called Inspector General of Police. That's why I insult wicked people. They are criminals. He can't. Charity begins at home. If you, God forbid, but if I am the inspector of police, I'll first of all make sure that peace is in my house. Buhari claim he's your president. Look at Katsina State, devastated with bandits, and somebody telling you that he is your president. Let's take the news. Boko Haram terrorists have launched an attack on residents of Babangida, the headquarters of Muwa local government area of Yobe State, northeastern Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Babangida is located 50 kilometers away from Dapchi, where 110 students of the government girls secondary science technical college were abducted in February 2018. This Babangida town they are talking about is a capital or headquarters of a particular town there, and 50 kilometers away from Dapchi. Dapchi, you remember this Dapchi Girls School. This is the issue, is that this is in Yobe State, and Yobe State has produced some big issues, big fish, which are Ahmed Al-Khali is one of them. Look at their state. This state is as useless. Tell me one thing that Yobe State is contributing in Nigeria. Nothing. Very useless. And the people coming out of that area as useless as. Very useless people. Very rude, wicked. You only see wickedness in them. Boko Haram is ravaging his state. But Al-Khali is in Abuja. He will be in Abuja. He can't go home. His own village, Gedam, is the headquarters where they are building Boko Haram mosque and whatever for the Bokos. But the idiot will come, declare shoot aside to IPOB in Southeast. Tell you that they should deal with them decisively. And don't mind what the media will say, that they will bring their write-ups to his table, then you know what he will do. He just flush it away. But look at his village. One Legodu village here, Legodu state here. The same governor, his own governor, the useless one, the very good friend of what's his name? Okebeke in Imo State. The same governor is jumping from Lagos to this place doing APC chairman or whatever. The same governor, but their state is going down. The reason is because nothing good is coming out of the state. The state just relax. When the South work, they will take the allocation, they will share. Like when Lagos State will gather its own allocation, Enugu will bring, Iguacha will bring their own, they'll put it together and give the useless state, because they have nothing, it's just desert. If you have fly this road, we have fly this road. I remember when I went there to buy scrap some time ago, about 20 years ago, I went there to go and buy auction. It's just scrap, just desert, pure desert. Nothing comes out. Desert. And the idiot born there will come and be Inspector General of Police to come down to rainforest, the blessed land, and be telling us what to do. And you want us to remain in the Zoological Republic. It will not work. You see Nigeria, we will burn it down. If they don't want, you see the Zoological Republic. Brother, enough to all this rubbish. Enough to all this nonsense. Listen, I was listening to one analyst and they were discussing the source of income of Nigeria is crude oil and people in diaspora. That is the only two ways that dollar comes into Nigeria economy. Only two ways. Then who are these people? It's from the south. The crude oil is from the south, mostly southeast. Then the dollar that the diaspora remit is from the south, mostly the southeast. Nobody, no any tribe that travels like the southeast people. There is no any country you go, you see zoologians, people with zoological passport. You won't see one or two or three southeast person there. So it is we that have been helping this abomination to stand. Still, the people you are supporting, how many Hausa man or Fulani man you see in Brazil, or you see in Japan, even in Europe that is so close and developed? How many of them are there? Except those on a diplomatic mission. Government is paying them. They are working. After them, they return back and be drinking kunu and amalatuwo. That is the only time, that is the place you see them. But still, these people cannot appreciate what you are doing. You remain a fool for them. Now they are bringing Islamization, jihadists upon you, and you want us to keep quiet. God forbid. You see, Nigeria must burn. It's not maybe as I'm saying it, you say it's a threat. They are burning it. You hear the news, what is going on. The little one I was able to bring out. You see how they will burn the Zoological Republic by themselves. And we will help them as well, because we want, is an abomination, is a contraption. Because if it didn't end, there won't be light for other people. God has given us the wisdom to understand, to see, to calculate what others cannot calculate. Yes, God has given us it's just like in a classroom. You know, in those days you were in a classroom, they put mathematics, one algebra, quadratic equation. You don't know it, you'll be watching the thing, but there is another student there who has a high capacity of IQ. Before you know it, he has solved the math. But you are sitting there with him, is your mate. You can't. It's wisdom. The same wisdom is what we have now. We have seen the zoo that it cannot work. It's either we destroy it or all of us die there. So that is why you see us pushing. That is why you see all this anger. People have seen that nothing good, but they see other people are foolish. You that still want your zoological republic and you preparing for election, you are an idiot. I'm telling you the gospel truth, you are an idiot. Unless this wisdom come into you, you know that this thing cannot work. Look at the Yobe we are talking about, nothing. Let's continue. And so told reporters that the insurgents are currently in a gun duel with the troop at the area. They are attacking the soldiers. Nigerian soldiers useless. It was gathered that the residents in their numbers have since scampered into the forest. They escape. Nobody is in his house. Boko Haram terrorists are currently attacking Yobe town. They are currently attacking Babangida headquarters of Muwa local government area in Yobe State. Residents are fleeing, the source told. This comes as the Army Public Relations Director, Brigadier General Yamal-402 Nwachineke, revealed that ISWAP terrorist group has commenced a massive recruitment drive after thousands of Boko Haram insurgents repentant and surrendered to the military. The director noted that the military would not relent in its fight against terrorism. They won't relent, but they are running. He, however, urged members of the public to be observant in the communities. The revelation comes 2 weeks after the State Security Service, SSS, also called the Department of the State Service, DSS, asked security agency in Kaduna to brace themselves for likely attack. It noticed that leaders and the foot soldiers of the Boko Haram terrorist sect have relocated to a forest in southern Kaduna from Zambiza Forest. In a memo seen by People's Gazette, terrorists are said to have relocated from Zambiza Forest to Borno State in Rijana Forest in the Chikun local government area of Kaduna State. Just as we made it clear the other time, they are already in Kaduna's forest. These are Boko. Nigeria can never be good. Nothing is working. This is the newspaper of the Zoological Republic. I am reading and helping you in understanding. The newspaper quoted part of the memo as saying a senior Boko Haram fighter, Ibrahim FNU, alongside his foot soldiers, were relocating to join their counterparts under the leadership of one Adamu Yunsu, aka Sadiku. The DSS therefore ordered the officer of the Nigerian Security and the Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, to tighten security in the as is mentioned, they track that brother, go there and gather the two brothers and kill. That is the only thing these DSS are good for. Evil people. That is why each time you wake up in the morning, you curse Nigeria, curse everything, curse police, curse DSS, curse soldiers. You curse them so that in any battle they engage, they will die in their number because they are wicked. DSS cannot do anything. They can't track these people. They know where they are, but they are the ones supporting them. And those of you who don't support them but are still working there, the cause will still follow you. Nothing is working. The terrorist is in Yobe State now taking preeminent, dominating everywhere. They are everywhere. And there is a big fish. Usman Alkali Baba is from Yobe State. He has not visited that place since, so he can't go to that place. But he come to Delta State because we have some useless politicians in the south. We have their slave. That is why the killing of southeast politicians, all of them will have to commence. This idiot cannot go to his state. Look at how Boko Haram have taken place everywhere. This is Yobe State news I'm reading for you. Boko Haram is there. The other day in Gedam, the news came here. We read it. Boko Haram, we are giving them palliatives, giving them money, giving them Baraka de Salah, giving them things, Merry Christmas, Merry Salah, whatever. And that is why the young youth now succumb to them, and they are doing what? They are recruiting them. They are recruiting them in number. You see another news, they have moved from northwest to northeast. Northeast was just known of banditries in Sokoto, but now they are regrouping them now, giving them even some sophisticated arms to shoot down aircraft. But you will not hear some certain words that they will deal with them decisively. But coming to Southeast, you will hear such a thing, and you want us to keep quiet. And when we are talking, some certain idiots will put their mouth in what we are saying, trying to defend what he don't know. We will burn Nigeria down. It's certain, brother, everybody must get ready. Nigeria must burn. Nigeria must burn by force. Do you know why I say it's by force? Because it's evil. Evil can never go. Darkness can't go. Even if a little light comes in a thick darkness, it will not go until you increase the illumination. Then you push it out. And Nigeria is one of them. Nigeria will be destroyed by fire, by force. As the economy is being ravaging, the attack will come in, then Nigeria will break. To your tent, O Israel. To your tent, O Israel. By that time, the pain, the affliction will be too much upon the zoologians. Then they will be returning back to their enclaves, geographical, natural enclaves, how the nature want it to be. If not, it will continue. That is why affliction in the Zoological Republic must continue. The dollar have to continue to increase. Let dollar continue to increase. Maybe before November, let it be 1,000, $1, 1,000. Yes, so that hunger and the road will accident, a lot of evil will, so that people will come to their senses. Because you are a black man, you have a thick skin. With all these things you can't. So God have to allow it to be. That is how God punishes people. Until the people will now realize the pain will penetrate deep to their bone marrows. To their bone marrows, then they will succumb to the real power. If not, black man, his mental toughness is always exercised on a negative side, not on the positive side. That is why a country so dilapidated like the Zoological Republic, people will still stand for it. Look at the shenanigans they did in New York. They went and hired American locals, giving them $50. Do you know what $50 will do to the average zoologian? Just go to your almajiri and gather some certain reasonable ones. Give them 50-50. This $50 you are giving to Americans just to defend your evil. Just to defend. Do you know the job it will do? Talk less of coming towards the southeast and see some business guy there now. Gather that money they contracted out. Pay it to some certain people. I'm telling you, in the next 6 months, if you come back, those you give maybe $1,000, $500 out of this money, you will see some profit and they will pay tax to the government. But the idiotic government of the Zoological Republic has taken this money and be given to American locals in order to defend them from their shame. You see, and you think that things will be well. This is the kind of wickedness we see. That is why affliction need to increase more and more in the Zoological Republic so that the zoo will come to an end. If not, our mental toughness, if we continue to exercise it negatively, we will allow Nigeria to live forever. Because I understand the way of life of a black man. Nothing good comes out of Nigeria. Have it in mind. Let's take this news also. Let's take this one. This one says, Let's take this one. How bandits are using neighboring Nigerian mobile phone service to coordinate attack in Nigeria. Sokoto lawmaker. Now they are using Niger mobile network, mobile phone GSM to coordinate to do their heinous crime in the Zoological Republic. You see, the surrounding nations of Nigeria is also helping Nigeria to die. Niger, that Buhari is building $2.9 billion railway to, they are using their network to coordinate the banditry in the zoo, because in some part of the Northern Zoological Republic, they have done what? They have already shut down the networks. So they are using that of Niger to do their work. You see, this thing is well planned. Even now, it will even be worse, because some residents will just be there. These people will use a foreign network to come and kidnap you and go and do their business, do their kidnapping business, and nothing will happen. Listen to the news. A member representing Sabumbrini North constituency in Sokoto State House of Assembly, Aminu Mustafa Gobe, says bandits are now using mobile phone service of Niger Republic to coordinate attack in Nigeria. This is Sokoto, where Sultan of Sokoto is dwelling. He is the head of all the whole Fulanis and all the whole chiefs in the Zoological Republic. The state, he can't even coordinate his state very well, but they would like to rule us. The Sultan cannot take care or give order to his Fulani brothers to stop banditry in his state, but they will try to make our own Igwe to be useless and all those things. Look at what is happening. This is a member of the State House of Assembly in Sokoto State telling you how they are using what? They are using the Niger mobile network to coordinate, to do their, transact their business, the banditry, because they have shut all the whole mobile network in Sokoto within that area. As part of measure to check banditry, the Nigerian government has shut down telecommunication service in Sokoto, Zamfara, and Katsina. They have shut it down, but these people now are using Turaya. They are using Niger network over Nigeria. This is the latest. This was to cut off communication between bandits and their informants. However, as a means of circumventing the security measure, bandits have now restored to using the telecom service of the neighboring country, which shares a border with Nigeria through Sokoto. Daily Trust is the one reporting this that I'm telling you. They are now using the neighboring network to tell you that it will not end in that way. Nigeria can never give solution to the problem they created. This evil government, the only people who will give the solution is outsider, people like us. And the only solution is total and absolute disintegration of the Zoological Republic. If you break Nigeria into pieces to the natural enclave where it will be, the north-south will be on its own. Sorry, the northwest and the northeast will be on its own, because originally the northeast and the northwest are not together. We read the story of Shehu of Brunu when the Sokoto Caliphate, the time it had been captured by Ottoman Dampodo, want to attack them. They were not in good time. Forget about now, they are using religion and one Nigeria of a thing in suppressing the Southerners as if they are in good time. They are not in good time. They are not in one. The Kanuri people are different. Forget about that. Most of them now are Muslims. They will support whatever the government is doing. But they are different people. These are natural enclaves that are supposed to be on its own. Geographically, how Elohim has made it. The only solution is when you separate these people, everybody goes on his own way. Then let's see how the Kanuri people will be ruling themselves in their own country, harvesting their own natural resources, processing it, selling it, and they will be there. Then one stupid Fulani from nowhere will come in and say he's a bandit, he's a bogus, his herdsmen, destroying them and their people, and they will keep quiet. In the name of religion or whatever, they will attack the person, tell the truth. But as we yoke ourselves together there, nobody will talk the truth. Everybody is on his own. Even when your brothers are dying, being killed, the worst is in the southeast. And that is why we must deal with our politicians decisively. We must listen, we must deal with Igbo politicians decisively. We must. You see, Igbo politician, rather let me be the commander. In fact, that is the kind of work I would like to do. You see, Igbo politician, their own is the worst. Listen, the only solution to this, as the news is reporting, is to disintegrate zoo. Let's continue. The lawmaker, Gobe, said he received a threat from one of the bandits who was using the Nigerian network service. You receive a threat. What network are you using also? He himself is using foreign network because there is no network in the state. As at the time this news is being filed, there's no. So him as a lawmaker, they shot everything, but they have their own Turaya. They are using Turaya in the northern Zolo. Very expensive. They are using it there. Some of the governmental officials are using it. Very, very expensive. That is the one they used to contact him. If not, how? The normal Nigerian GSM is shut down within that area because of bandit communication. The bandit was threatening to lead his gang to attack me and my community, he said. How do you get the information? You are using another network. That is it. Gobe also confirmed an attack on a military base in the Sabo Brini local government area of the state. They are attacking the military base in Sokoto. This news is from Sokoto side, the northwest of the Zoological Republic, where Sultan of Sokoto is. He can't take care of his own state. Very, very important. Gobe also confirmed an attack, yes, on the military. The newspaper had reported how bandits raided the military base, killing security personnel and setting patrol vans on fire. These things are happening in Sokoto state, between Sokoto and Zamfara state. The Nigerian army there, because the other news told us how they are moving from northeast to this northwest now. They have started there and they are recruiting some young Almajiris there and giving them AK-47, teaching them how to use a propeller to shoot down whatever. And that is why this thing is happening in that area. But you cannot hear it in NT or in AIT or whatever. But these are the things that are going on, and they are forcing you into one Nigeria. You are the one dying. Instead of you to rise up and demand for referendum, let people go on their own separate way. You will not. Look at what is going on, and they are looting money. The worst part is that when they take this money, they will not put it in Nigerian bank. They will go and save their own money in dollar. Their money will not devalue. But the one you are using to trade every day is devaluing. You are the one suffering. When the bullet comes, it will hit you. You die. The roads are not good. You are traveling. You are in fear. Nobody can sleep with two eyes. You can't travel anyhow in the Zoological Republic. Nobody knows who is who. And you are still praying for it to be good. Can't you see that the hands of God is upon there? Those of you in the north. It is true that they attacked a military base at Dama and killed about 12 of them, while many are still missing. They attack the soldiers there and they're killing them. This is why I faulted the government for shutting GSM network in the eastern part of the state without a serious military operation taking place. Which military? The one you people paid or the one you are not paying? The military are getting sense somehow. Some of them know that they are dying for nothing. The bandits are now using Nigerian network communication among themselves and perpetrate their heinous activities in the area. They are using Niger network, the same Niger that Buhari is helping, as he claimed, with Amechi. They are building railway train to Niger that will give nothing to Nigeria, because there is nothing Niger is producing, you exporting there. Through that, you said they will pay us through our own rail. From there, we'll be getting money, nothing. The money you generate from Eastern Zoological Republic to the Western Zoological Republic will be 3 times higher. Will be 3 times higher than anything that will come from Niger. Niger is a very poor country. Niger has been surviving based on Nigerian crude oil. Now the country's economy is going down. The useless president that died since 2017 and was buried in shallow grave in Saudi Arabia is telling you that they are using about $2.9 billion to construct a railway station to that place, and that it will help the economy. I don't know what they are going to transport from Niger outside or whatever. It's only the goods we imported from abroad. Then we can put it in the train, bring it to the north and to that place, and they don't have the money to buy your goods. So what? Nothing. They're just wasting your life. They're just wasting the life of the Southern Zoological Republic, the Southern Protectorate, that we are yoked with this curse of the northern people, northern Fulanis. Nothing. So they are using their network. They are using their network to perpetrate their heinous crime, heinous activities in the northwest of Zoological Republic. I expect our governor to provide divisional police officer and deploy a military to Sokoto East with a Turaya phone, which could enable them to communicate among themselves and with their superior officer if they need help, since there is no GSM network. Which of your governor? Tambuwal that is preparing for 2023 with little Hitler, right? Yeah. Do you think he would do anything drastically to put the country in order? It will jeopardize any politician that is rising up to fix Nigeria. Will become an enmity with these political criminals we have in Nigeria. You must walk in their line so that things will be in that way. That is the duty. If you come to repair it, you are their enemy. This is what the governor of Zamfara did, and is paying off positively, he said. So all that other things is just the news, how the banditries are just ravaging the place. Nothing good is coming out of Nigeria. Reporters had reported how Nigerian Communication Commission in a letter to all telecom operators suspend mobile communication in Zamfara and other states. Zamfara, Sokoto, and Katsina, they have shut down, but the bandits are using the network service of Niger. That is what I want you to understand here. And they are using the other network called Turaya. Turaya is very expensive. It's about $1 or $2 or $3. It's about $3 per service, per call. And it receives them, whether you call or you receive, you have to pay. Turaya. And that is the one they are using to tell you the bandits are very rich because they are into banditry. One head of human being is in millions. So they can spend whatever. This is a business in the north. In a memo signed by the NCC and directed at the telecos, the suspension of the service lasted between September 3rd through September 17 in the first instance. The commission has also said the directive was to enable relevant security agencies to carry out required activities towards addressing the security challenge in the state. Katsina, despite being the home of the state of the President Muhammadu Buhari, has witnessed a sporadic attack by bandits and the kidnappers, which have claimed the lives of many. Over 700 people have been reportedly killed by gunmen in Jibia, Kankara, Damusa, and the Safana local government area of the state since the last 5 months. Sokoto state government had also shut down telecommunication network in 14 of the 23 local government area of the state as part of efforts to check banditry. Despite that, the banditry are doing what? The Fulani bandits, the Fulani herdsmen are using either Niger network or they are using the sophisticated one, Turaya, very expensive. You can't even handle it, to tell you that the zoo is finished. They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. Killing everywhere, kidnapping, banditry. These are the things you are seeing, you will hear. Never expect anything good in Nigeria. Let's take another news. Unknown gunmen attack Kwara community, kill teenage girl. Kwara is a Oduduwa state. Our Oduduwa brothers must rise up and continue in this agitation internally and externally. Agitation in Oduduwa land need to stand more and more. Don't pray, don't beg. It can never work in that way. It can never work in that way. We must intensify the agitation internally and externally. We congratulate those that were agitating at the New York in United States. The ones in the local will continue. Yes, they will kill you. You will kill them also. Nothing good comes. If not, these people, they don't relent. They don't relent until they achieve. Don't look at your politician. We see what is going on between Jagaban and the political class. Maybe they will try to use it to bribe you people. Nothing good will ever come. Jagaban has ruled Lagos for how many years? Can you enjoy Lagos? The answer is no. Can you enjoy Lagos? The answer is no. Do you have water in your own state and whatever? Nothing is coming. Or your state today now is still being ravaged by Fulani herdsmen. And these are poor people. Some of them are still in Benin Republic. I'm speaking to our Oduduwa brothers, those who stand for Yoruba nation. They should stand up more and more. We need to push it more. This is a curse, this is a plague to us. Nigeria is a plague to us. Imagine how educated the Yorubas are. Still succumb to Fulani. Fulani, they don't go to school, nothing. But still, I don't know how this love come. I don't know how I can't just tell how educated people with visions, but they will be doing rankadede to Fulani man in the north. If it is a cause, I dodge jam. God forbid. Cannot bow down to Fulani, no matter what. Come on, Jerija for other shoes. How can people whom God has blessed with wisdom, knowledge from the south, keep on allowing these Fulanis? Tell me one good thing we will say that is coming from the north, Northern Zoological Republic, from the Fulanis. Tell me one. Nothing. Not even one. Nothing. I say nothing. Tell me one thing. You say they are this, they are that. You travel from North Pole to South Pole. Hardly you will see one Fulani Nigeria on the road. If you see them, they are attached to embassy. They will go there to collect money. They are sending money to them. None of them hustle to survive. In the zoo, the same thing. You see them parading within the corridors of the governmental offices where they will get job and sit down there. Nothing is working. Go to the refineries that are not working. They are the director generals of the refineries that are not working, and they are giving budget to them every year. They'll just sit down there. Money will come to put in their pocket. They are doing nothing. Their brain is zero. But we, the Southerners, will now come and humble ourselves to them, doing rankadede. For what reason? For what reason? What kind of cause is this? For what reason? Let's continue. Let's see the news. This one is from Kwara State. Some gunmen have attacked a farm settlement in Ahu village, Oru Agor, in the Ifelodun local government area of Kwara State, killing a teenager simply identified as a Rukyat. The spokesman for the Nigerian Security and the Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC Kwara State Command, Babawale Zaid Afolabi, said 2 other persons sustained bullet wounds during the attack. He said on Sunday, 26th September 2021, at about 8:30 hour, some community leaders from Ahu farm settlement in Oro, Ayo, came to the divisional office in the area to report the incident of gunmen attack in their community. He said the gunmen, a large numbers, started shooting indiscriminately when they entered the community, resulting in the killing of Rukyat, a teenager who was hit by a stray bullet. Our Oduduwa brothers must rise up. This is a teamwork. Let nobody deceive you. You will agitate, we will agitate, and we will bring the zoo down. Why will a Yoruba man succumb to Fulani as educated, polished? Just look at FFK. You see how intelligent that man is. But we'll be serving Fulanis, just like our own people. This thing, let our own generation stop this thing. Let our own generation stop it. If they have disappointed us, they have disgraced us, let us stand. I speak to my own Oduduwa brothers. Let's put hands together. Let the young generation push out these evil people away. How can an intelligent man, sometime I will be wondering this thing, how intelligent the West are, how intelligent the East are, but we will go and succumb to Fulani in the North. What kind of cause is that? What kind of ritual? Which native doctor do that ritual? Where still they work for over 100 years now? God forbid. Let the people separate themselves. Let's separate ourselves completely from this shenanigan. Let's be free. Let's be free. These people, Fulani man is a cursed man. You must know that. They are cursed people. You are blessed people. Let's separate ourselves. Even if you want to give them help, you give help. Because God wants us to help a beggar, a poor person on the street. Will you go and bring the poor person with his dirtiness into your room? No. You see them, you give them clothes, you give them money, you give them food. There, you have done your part. Nature knows how to put things. It could be natural issue he's facing. That is why he's there. Your duty is just to render that help you're supposed to and go your way. When you have done that, you have done your own. You have done your own. That's all. There's no punishment, nothing, than for you to go and maybe you sit down with the person or whatever. That is not what the nature wants you to do. You are not God. If God wants to change it, it knows how to transform it instantly. You must understand this. Even if we are going to help them, not just as our leader have said it, that the crude oil is a curse. He will send it to the whole eastern and the western countries surrounding Biafra land. They'll be taking the oil. We'll use our brain. That is why I give credit to British sometimes. British government has nothing. British state, the country called Britain, nothing much there, nothing natural, but they are using their wisdom. Siphoning people, cheating people, causing problems, they use their wisdom. Not that we use our own wisdom in that way. We use it to produce things. We use it to produce things. For the whole country within the Africa will go to China and buy things. But whereby we can produce that thing in Aba. Before the goods will land, we have already supplied them. By that time, they have sold the crude oil we give to them. We sell those goods, recover the money back, and become more richer. Our Duduwa brethren need to gear up internally. Keep on pushing it. Not to be silenced at this moment. Must continue to agitate. Civil disobedience. Very, very important. This is the only way. Don't look at this politician. Jagaban is called. What good do you think will come out of Jagaban? Look at Obasanjo. What good? Something good can come out of that idiot? Nothing. All of them are the same. They are the same. They are corrupt. When somebody will rule his state, his own indigenous state, after 4 years, 8 years, nothing good there. He just embezzled. Look at when Fashola ruined Lagos. I read a newspaper published, is it Vanguard or whatever? They were calculating the roads he said he constructed. About 1 kilometer is about how many billion, if you calculate it. Just like Aminu Masari of Katsina State, who constructed a 3-kilometer road from Katsina to Niger with 900 million. As at last year, you check the value of a dollar then. 900 million naira, that was what he put. These are criminals. These politicians are evil. They know what they are doing. They are the one messing our lives up. And that is why we must rise up, mostly from the south. Mostly from the south. Very, very important. Let's take this news also before we open our line. Let's take this one. This one says, Boko Haram fighters training bandits in northern Nigeria to use anti-aircraft gun explosive report. The Boko Haram is training their people, the bandits. Now, remember what Gumi said some time ago. Gumi said, if you were following the statement of Abubakar Ahmed Sheikh Gumi, he said that if federal government refused to give the bandits what belong to them, as in to attend to them, give them houses and whatever, accommodate them into the zoological republic, that he's afraid they will join the Boko Haram. And listen to this headline once again. Boko Haram fighters are training bandits in the northern Nigeria to use anti-aircraft gun. Who are the bandits? That of the Gumi people. Then they are working hand in hand with Boko Haram now. You see, things are changing now. Training them how to use anti-aircraft gun and explosive. You see that things are changing because it's a well-planned something. It's a well-planned something. It's been planned. Then they are now marshalling it out. We must continue. Let's see the news in detail. A large number of Boko Haram terrorists have moved out of their base in the northeast to join force with a criminal gang in the northwest. Understand it? Boko Haram from the northwest or northeast are now working hand in hand with the criminal, the bandits of Sokoto, the bandits of Sultan of Sokotos in the northwest. They are now working hand in hand. Tell me how they cross the road. Have you traveled that road? Calculate from Meduguri to Sokoto or Meduguri to Zamfara. Are they not reached checkpoint for you to know what is going on in that route? They know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. The news now is telling you how they are working hand in hand. Where they are engaged in weapon training and kidnapping. This news is not coming from Nigerian reports or whatever. It's coming from AFP. You know them. It's a foreign media. So they are telling you. AFP quote military source as having confirmed this. That Nigerian military knows this, that they are training the bandits now. The Boko Haram are training the bandits in the northeast of Sokoto and Zamfara. Northeast, they are training them now. Very soon, you see a different thing happening. There's no more ordinary banditry, as we read that they are using Turaya and Nigel and mobile network to communicate with their informant for their perpetrate heinous crime activities. No, you will start hearing now they'll be killing soldiers, bombing, attacking military base, and all the rest. That is the next thing you will be hearing there now. Following the death of Abubakar Shekau, Boko Haram leader, the group and the Islamic State allied rival have been consolidating their grips on the northeast. Islamic State West Africa province, ISWAP, has been moving into Boko Haram's territory, fighting Shekau's loyalists, assimilating some or forcing others to surrender to the armed forces, security source said. Details of the movement of Boko Haram fighters could be the latest sign of the cooperation between jihadists and the criminal armed group in the northwest, who raid and loot village and conduct mass abduction for ransom. Two military sources said a faction of loyal to Shekau base in Borno State had dispatched two commanders and 250 fighters to the Rejana forest in northwest Kaduna State. These are the people you had that have moved to Kaduna forest now. Boko Haram sent this one that side. They are having, in fact, Zoo is coming. I pity Christians, brothers, who are not waking up. Because all these things, your own will be worse. I pity you. I pity you. Both commanders are allied with Bakoru Buduma, a Boko Haram chief who remains loyal to Shekau and who's a fighter resisting ISWAP consolidation, according to the source. They are mastermind behind some of the abduction in the northwest, one of the military sources said. Both sources said Boko Haram military were also training the gang known locally as bandits. They are training bandits now. This is the news I want you to capture very well. They are training the bandits there in the use of anti-aircraft gun and explosive and other weapon. You see, the Boko Haram has gone there. They are training your so-called bandits to become who they are. They want to activate them into the real stage or level they're supposed to be. The military spokesperson could not immediately be reached for comments. Kaduna State official also did not immediately reply to a request for confirmation. They won't tell you because they are making money from all these things. They will not say anything. Analysts said that there have been growing signs that jihadists and the bandit gang were developing deeper ties where both stood to gain. Jihadists supply arms while profiting from criminal activities. This thing is coming towards the jihadists, the jihad that we are telling you. Finally, they will show you who they are. Northwest Nigeria has also been plagued by bandit group, but this year, attack and kidnapping have surged. The revelation comes 2 weeks after the State Security Service, SSS, also called the Department of the State Service, DSS, asked security agency in Kaduna to brace themselves for likely attack. The SSS and DSS and whatever criminals they are knows what is happening, but they cannot attack it. Why not divide Nigeria? Why not bring Nigeria to an end, my dear brothers? But for our Christian brothers, wake up. Are you a pastor in the north, in the middle belt? Begin to teach your people how to use gun, Buy AK. I saw a clip. They say that thing happened in Jos, where an Air Force person is changing ID card of Boko Haram and whatever into Christian ID card, and so that they will move into Christian community and claim that they are Christians. Then they will kill people. You see what is happening. All these things, a lot of things are happening. And you call yourself a Christian in the Northern Zoological Republic or in the Middle Belt, and you are keeping calm. Is either you divide Nigeria or you start your own jihad, Christian jihad. You must fight your own Christian jihad. Begin to fight back. Teach your people how to use gun, how to shoot back. If not, you will die. Look at our dear Obadiah Melafia, the spokesperson now in the Middle Belt. You see how they eliminate him? See how they kill him? This is their plan because they believe that they have conquered the Middle Belt. Remember what Tafa Balewa said, that they will remain how did he put that statement in that clip, that the Middle Belt will remain their conquering territory and whatever the South will be. That is what they have kept you. They won't let you to go. So it's either this is the right time to rise up in battle, not to rise up only. We pray, we fast, but not only to pray and fast and leave it there. They themselves also pray. These people pray 5 times a day. They don't miss it. But after their prayer, what happened? They go to battle. They pick up their daggers and their guns and begin to kill you. Why won't you do the same thing? After you have prayed, you fight them back. Nigeria, it has no meaning again, has no reason. Nothing is nothing. Come to Southeast now. It is the worst. It is the worst. Look at the road. The economy is down. Nothing is working. Politicians are looting money. And some idiot will be preparing themselves for APC, APGA, and whatever in the Southeast. We are waiting. Yeah, we are waiting for that one. Bogeru. But this is Radio Biafra Hausa Service to coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nwachineke Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Our leader Mazi Nwachineke remains the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Is the director of Radio Biafra and her television, and he's the commander of the armies of Biafra. And this broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Nwachineke. We will be right back. Let's have 1 or 2 summary in Hausa language. Then our lines will be open.
Sannan gane hawa ga moto tukin yake in ko da kai ga ganshi sai ka ce wani mai arziki ne ya kasan cikin zuciyarsa obi adam mai yan gane hali kakan taran wanga ai mai da ahu babu riga ta girki jiki nai ina da talauci yaya kai hakka san zuciyarsa sha'anin mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata ma mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata mai mutanen mutum kai yake muna na mai watanen mutum shi yake muna na mai kacaccen mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan sannan gane hawa ga moto tukin yake in ku duk kai ga ganshi sai ka ce wani mai arziki ne ya kasan cikin zuciyarsa abin adam mai biyan gane hali kakan taron wanga ai bai da ahu babu riga ta girki jiki nai ka ce wani ai ina da talauci ya kai hakka san zuciyarsa sha'anin mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata ma mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata mai mutanen mutum kai yake muna na mai mutanen mutum shi yake muna na mai kacaccen mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan sannan gane hawa ga moto tukin yake in ku duk kai ga ganshi sai ka ce wani mai arziki ne ya kasan cikin zuciyarsa abin adam mai yan gane hali kakan taron wanga ai bai da ahu babu riga ta girki jiki nai ka ce wani ai ina da talauci ya kai hakka san zuciyarsa sha'anin mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata ma mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata mai mutanen mutum kai yake muna na mai watanen mutum shi yake muna na mai kacaccen mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali dubban gida har da dani ka gane sun zan adam mai wuyan gane hali in an yi rana ita an yi rana in an yi sanyi ita an yi sanyi in an yi ruwa ita an yi ruwa Allah na rai dan adam da ka gane shi ne kawai dan na dai kai iya mai hababil adam mai wuyan gane hali hababil adam mai wuyan gane hali wataran mutum shi yake nuna nama wataran mutum kai kake nuna nama wataran mutum shi yake taimaka ma wataran mutum kai kake taimaka mai wataran mutum shi yake taimaka ma wataran mutum kai kake taimaka ma wataran mutum shi yake agaza ma wataran mutum kai kake agaza mai Allah da ya dan adam da ya ka gane shi ne kawai dan aike iya mai sannan bil adam mai wuyan gane hali dan adam mai wuyan gane hali wannan ice kayi daidai in ka yi wannan ice kayi daidai sha'anin mutum ne ikan firgita ne sha'anin mutum ne ikan firgita ne in kayi keke ice kayi keke in kayi moto ice kayi moto in kayi moto ice kayi moto mutum bai da gadon ka wallahi Allah amma ina da gadon mutum ka sha'anin sannan gane hawa ga moto tukin yake in ku duk kai ga ganshi sai ka ce wani mai arziki ne ya kasan cikin zuciyarsa abin adam mai yan gane hali kakan taron wanga ai bai da ahu babu riga ta girki jiki nai ka ce wani ai ina da talauci ya kai hakka san zuciyarsa sha'anin mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata ma mutanen mutum kai yake kyautata mai mutanen mutum kai yake muna na mai watanen mutum shi yake muna na mai kacaccen mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali dubban gida har da dani ka gane sun zan adam mai wuyan gane hali in an yi rana ita an yi rana in an yi sanyi ita an yi sanyi in an yi ruwa ita an yi ruwa Allah na rai dan adam da ka gane shi ne kawai dan na dai kai iya mai ababil adam mai wuyan gane hali watar nan mutum shi yake nuna nama watar nan mutum kai kake nuna nama watar nan mutum shi yake taimaka ma watar nan mutum kai kake taimaka mai watar nan mutum shi yake taimaka ma watar nan mutum kai kake taimaka ma watar nan mutum shi yake agaza ma watar nan mutum kai kake agaza mai Allah da ya dan adam da ya gane shi ne kawai dan ake iya mai sannan bil adam mai wuyan gane hali dan adam mai wuyan gane hali wannan ike kayi daidai in ka ki wannan ike kayi daidai sha'anin mutum ne ikan firgita ne sha'anin mutum ne ikan firgita ne in kayi keke ite kayi keke in kayi moto ite kayi moto in kayi moto ite kayi moto mutum bai gadon ka wallahi Allah amma ina da gadon mutum ga sha'anin sannan gane hawa ga moto tuƙin yake in ku duk kai ga ganshi sai ka ce wani mai arziki ne ya kasan cikin zuciyarsa obin adam mai yan gane hali takantaran wanga ai mai da ahu babu riga ta girki jiki nai ka ce wani ai ina da talauci ya kai har kasan zuciyarsa sha'anin mutum mai yan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali wadannan mutum kai yake kyautata ma wadannan mutum kai kake kyautata mai wadannan mutum kai kake muna na mai wadannan mutum shi yake muna na mai kace can mutum mai wuyan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali dubban gida har da daji ka gane sun zan adam mai wuyan gane hali in an yi rana ita an yi rana in an yi sanyi ita an yi sanyi in an yi ruwa ita an yi ruwa Allah da rai dan adam da ka gane shi ne kawai dan da dai ke iya mai hababil adam mai wuyan gane hali hababil adam mai wuyan gane hali watarnan mutum shi yake nuna nama watarnan mutum kai kake nuna nama watarnan mutum shi yake taimaka ma watarnan mutum kai kake taimaka mai watarnan mutum shi yake taimaka ma watarnan mutum kai kake taimaka ma watarnan mutum shi yake agaza ma watarnan mutum kai kake agaza mai Allah da ya dan adam da ya gane shi ne kawai dan ake iya mai sannan bil adam mai wuyan gane hali dan adam mai wuyan gane hali wannan ice kayi daidai in ka ki wannan ice kayi daidai sha'anin mutum ne ikan firgita ne sha'anin mutum ne ikan firgita ne in kayi keke ite kayi keke in kayi moto ite kayi moto in kayi moto ite kayi moto mutum bai da gadon ka wallahi Allah amma ina da gadon mutum ga sha'anin sannan gane hawa ga moto
jama'a assalamu alaikum ina kwanan ku ina gajiya ina wuni mun ce ina kwana ina gajiya ina wuni saboda lokaci ba daya bane kuma Allah ya yi ta da gangan domin dinga nuna maka wai shine Allah kuma kai ka dinga ji tsoron Allah ya ne saka ji tsoron Allah muna kawo maka wannan wazi kowane lokaci tsoron Allah sai dai ka dinga bin gaskiya duk inda gaskiya ya fito maganan Allah ne yayi a da yana duba wai wannan ne ya fada kaza wai wannan ne ya fada kaza akan wannan ne baran bi ba baran ida ba wannan ai siyasa ne kake yi ba Allah ba kake bi ba maganan Allah gaskiya ne duk inda ya fito duk baki wanda ya fito ai Allah ne haka kuma yake so mutum bare ya ga Allah abin da zai yi ba Allah da kansa zai san abin da shi zai yi zai dinga fadan yi maganan gaskiyan kowane baki wanda yake so shi yasa ba baya tofiya mu da zamu kalo fiska zamu kalo iyari zamu kalo kaza wannan ne daga na ne wane ne me yasa shi ya fada kaza me yasa shi ya fada kaza akan wannan abun bara mu bi gaskiya bane kuma abu zai dinga lalata mana abu zai dinga lalata duba inda Najeriya yake yanzu saboda mara gaskiya ne saboda an ki bin gaskiya shi yasa Najeriya lalata kuma Najeriya bare ta yi kyau ba jama'a shi yasa kowane lokaci muna fito muku a wannan labari muna tuna muku abin da za a yi dai abu yi kyau ba a raba Najeriya kawai in ba haka ba kai saka mutu a banza ba wani abin da za a yi Najeriya a jarawan ba rabawa yi dudu ba abin da yake faru a arewa yanzu arewa ne yake min yake fa arewa ne yake yi komai da komai arewa ko menene amma duba irin damuwa wanda muke a cikin arewa na farko magana labarin wanda muke karanta yi na farko yi inda mutanen Yobe State suke shiga cikin jeji yanzu suna gudu akan Boko Haram da ISWAP menene wannan gari wannan state da ana kira Yobe State ai akwai baban manyoyi a Najeriya wanda suke fito a wajen na farko dai ai shine baban menene na yan sanda baban mutum na yan sanda da ana kira Inspector General na yan sanda menene sunan shi Baba Alkali Usman ai dan Yobe ne to menene amfanin wannan mutum shine ke sai kan tambaya me amfanin sa tunda shi baban yan sanda na Nigeria a magarinsa a Yobe State ga inda Boko Haram suke dafa abinci suna cin tuwo suna koshi suna barci suna tashi a cikin garinsa a cikin koyen inda aka haife sa to menene amfanin sa menene amfanin sa Boko Haram da bandit da Fulani wanda suka sata da komai ga irin abin da suke yi dai har ma za su buga wasa a wajen a cikin filin da yake wajen su yi abin da suka gan dama a cikin garinsa amma wannan mutum ana kira shi baban yan sanda na Najeriya zai do a kudu zai zo yana giya mana zai giya yan sanda su kashe mu yan IPOB wai ba abin da zai faru kuma idan aka kawo dokan a office dinsa za kawo kuma shi zai share su gaba daya amma ga shi dai ga state dinsa Yobe State abin da yake faru shi governor din kuma ba a jin maganarsa sai dai shi dai kawai aka ba shi aikin APC ya ci gaba yana ta yawo yana yin banza amma ga abin da yake faru a state dinsa irin wannan abin muka gaya muku kowa ya tashi su dai yan siyasa din ba su da wani aikin amfani da suna yi a kan kanka su dai suna yi a kansu kawai kowa yana shirye-shiryen abin da zai samu abin da zai faru a shekara 2023 ko shi zai shiga ko wannan ne zai shiga inda za su ci gaba da satan kudin ga inda mutane suke mutu a Najeriya ga inda aka ci mutane a Najeriya ba wanda yake magana shi yasa muke gaya muku kai ka tashi kawai ka nema bindiga din da adadin duk wanda dan siyasan da ka gani a koyin ku a garin ku a state din ku kashe shi kawai abun da zai kawo lafiya kuma ana gama wannan abun ku ce kawai muna neman a raba kasan idan ka zona duk inda ka zona ka saka san asalin garin ku ba kuma bar ku zona a garin kuma wani banza ya shigo maka daga wani gari ya ce maka wai shi bandit ko menene ana kiransu ko Boko Haram ko ba kwa son su zo suna yi muku abin da ku ba kwa so yi irin wannan abun ba zai faru ba amma sai dai lokacin da kuke tashi idan ba ku tashi ba wallahi tallahi abu mai kyau ba zai faru ba jama'a shine labarin mu a wannan abun amma muna giya muku muna tuna muku abu Boko Haram yake yi a cikin garin su a cikin Yobe State kuma wannan state da ana kira Yobe State ba wani amfani dai ba wani abin kirkin da yake kawo a cikin economy na Nigeria idan akwai dan Allah bika kiriya ne lokacin da zan bude waya ka ce min ga kaza in ba Yobe State bane wallahi bara mu ci gaba kan wannan abin ina so in ji babu ko sisi babu ko daya jama'a amma zaka gani inda suke lalata suke ci buru obamu suke bata kai suke ko jamu baya dai ga labarin mu na biyu kuma an ce wai bandits wanda suke satan mutane dai a Sokoto yanzu Sokoto garin Sultan na Sokoto an ce yanzu dai tun da an hana su amfani da wayan Nigeria yanzu suna amfani da wayan Niger shine suke amfani da su yanzu jama'a yanzu suna amfani da wayan Niger wanda mu dai muke ba su abinci wanda mu dai muke taimake su wayan Niger suke ci buru obanmu yanzu da wayansu kuma waya mai tsada wanda mai talakawa bare iya amfani da ita ana kira turaya shine wannan bandit suka amfani tun da an daina a wayan Nigeria a wajen irin wannan abun zai nuna maka abun wai ba abu mai kyau bare takwa faru a Nigeria dai kana sa zuciyanka kana sa hope abu zai yi kyau ba bare zo ba abun mai kyau wanda zai zo ai tunda bandit kuma za su iya siyan wannan waya suna amfani da su harkansu yana tafiya to ke talakawa ne menene za ka yi an ce waga inda suke yi kuma suna amfani da network da wayan mutanen Niger wannan abin ya fi karfin ka dai mewa baraka gane ba abin da ike faru a Kwara state kuma waɗansu mutane da bindiga suke shigo suna ta harbe mutane a banza suna ta harbe mutane a banza suna ta harba mutane a banza ga abin da suke yi kuma suke kashe wani yaro sunanta wani yanyanya sunanta Rukiyat a banza kawai aka kashe su akan me ba mu sani ba irin wannan abin ba kowane lokaci a fito da labari ba labarin mai dadi wanda zaka ji a Nigeria ga inda dollar yake tashi kudin mu yake soka ga ba labarin araba kawai jama'a muna gaya muku araba kawai kowa ezona garinsa yi kokari tabbatar duk wahalan da kake shiya ga shi yana shigo a cikin economy dinku ba wai yana cikin jihun wani ne kana shan waya wani yana ci a'a araba kawai to na karshe kuma ga inda Boko Haram yanzu sun koma a Sokoto gefen Sokoto yanzu suna tamako masu satan mutanen bandit din da herdsmen din suna tamake su suna koya musu inda za a dinga harbe jirgin sama idan jirgin sama yana tafiya zaka iya harbe shi da bindiga wannan bindiga wanda yake soka da jirgin sama abin da yake faru yanzu ai Boko Haram yake koya musu kuma sun koma daga Borno State koyin jejin Borno State sun shiga jejin Kaduna irin wannan abun zai nuna maka abin da yake faruwa a cikin garin Nigeria to yanzu kana da akwai gaba a Nigeria wallahi ba gaba ba wallahi kuma yan siyasa ne hannunsu yana ciki shi yasa kai dai zaka yi da maganan mu dai a tashi a nema yan siyasa na garin ku a kashe su kuma ana gama wannan araba Nigeria in ba haka ba wallahi ka manta jama'a ina gaya maka ka manta jama'a ba mu da waɗansu magana da zamu fada a Hausa dai yanzu an line mu zai bude idan kana da wani magana zaka kira mu yi magana anan ne zama kawo maganan mu a karshe abin da yasa zamu yi haka waɗansu ko idan ana gaya muku abin da yake faru ba kwa ji kuma ba kwa yi sai dai in ba dan wanku bane ya zo yi wannan magana a baraku ya da bai in ba dan wanku bane ya bai zo yi wannan magana baraku ya da ba jama'a shi yasa wani lokaci dai zamu yi kokari dai mu yi wanda zamu yi mu gaya muku waɗansu kuma zamu bar shi haka kawai amma hanyar mu zai bude yanzu idan kana da magana zaka iya kira mu zan ce muku assalamu alaikum
in yake in ku duk kai ga ganshi sai ka ce wani mai arziki ne ya kasan cikin zuciyarsa obi adam mai yan gane hali kakan taran wanga ai mai da ahu babu riga ta kirki jiki nai ka ce wani ina da talauci ya kai hakkasan zuciyarsa sha'anin mutum mai yan gane hali ɗan adam mai wuyan gane hali wadannan mutum a yake kyautata ma
Our God is on the throne. Oh yes, He is.
This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2 coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nwachineke. +183 263 73 499 +183 263 73 499 +183 263 73 499 or you can get us with this one +614 818 70925 614-818-70925. 614-818-70925. Any of this line you call, you can get us as we continue to stream live on Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2 under the leadership of Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Our lines are open right now.
God is on the throne. Be still and know that He's on our side. His help is on the way. Nation, the great Biafra Savior land. Biafra is.
Call on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Nwachineke. Good morning.
Can you hear me, caller?
Yeah, good morning, Nwachineke.
You are welcome, my dear.
I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, my name is Mazi Obonna. I'm calling from my location.
You are welcome.
Yes, sir. So my opinion this morning is, I know Nigeria is sinking, but we as Biafra will keep giving them economic sanctions. Since if we protest, they will come out and kill us. That is what they want. You can hear Ohaneze telling us that we should go to Abuja and protest, because that is their game plan. They want us to protest so that they will keep killing us, but we'll keep giving them economic sanction. Mazi, do you know that anytime we have sit at home, the economic implication echo outside of even the zoological republic. The whole West Africa feels it. Even the foreign companies, they feel the impact. So we'll keep giving them, and it's bringing them down every day. So we'll keep giving them strategic sit at home that will cripple their economy until they will tell us, please take your Biafra and go. They'll be the one begging us to take our Biafra and go. They don't know, but we are not giving up. We are not giving up. The only concern is the flavors that are campaigning for these useless governors that are so useless in our land. See, as Biafra land is so worst in terms of infrastructure. Nobody is talking about that. But all they want is IPOP council sit at home. Ohaneze is a disgrace to the Igbo race. I don't know the kind of people that Ohaneze. Sometimes I ask myself, are these people even fathered by an Igbo man? Are you sure that he's not a Janjaweed somewhere that impregnated one of our mothers then and give birth to this embarrassment to Igbo race? So Nwachineke, we will keep powering on. I know that in the end, Biafra will come. Our leader has said it. He said they will kill us. We will kill them. All the armies will die in our land. And in the end, Biafra will be restored. And that is the word I hold on to every day, every single day of my life. Once I wake up, I listen to that word of our leader. And I pray with that since our leader said that Biafra will restore. So no matter what they do to us, Biafra will come. Even though me, as a person, I don't survive it. But as far as Biafra will come, I know that it will come for my children. It will come for my future generation. And this is our prayer.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much. You know, the sit at home, most of us don't know what we have. They thought that is Abuja controlling everything. They don't know the power in ravaging their economy through sit at home. But this time now, we have started. They thought that the war is only by bullets. There are a lot of strategies that will be coming out. It's just for our people to listen, abide by the rules and regulation. That's all. Thank you very much.
Just obey the leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let me take this call. Caller, you are live on air. Presume should be Ugo. Ugo, check email.
Yes, good morning to you, sir.
Ugo, can you raise your voice high a bit?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you. Continue.
All right. I greet you, my people. Our God will continue to be with us. And we must continue on the side of the truth. Mazi, they say, I just want to say something briefly. The evildoers in our land, those who are supporting for the evil that is happening to us on daily basis, we will not relent when it comes to these people. We will continue to follow them and follow their generation. All those people who say that the masses, the indigenous people of the Biafra people will never ever have their rights and have a good life. We must make sure that they themselves will not have that good life, no matter where they are in the world. I am using this opportunity to tell them that sit at home, upcoming sit at home on Friday remains what it is. This instruction is from the leader of IPOB. We must continue to obey it, whether you like it or not. Don't lament, don't complain. Ask anybody that is saying that we should stop sitting at home for him to come and talk about the illegal adoption of our people in all corners of the zoo. At the same time, the rendition of our leader, Mazi Nwachineke. How many times have you come out to talk about it? How many times have you tell your zoo government for them to release innocent people in their custody? These people, when their own commit, they will rally around and protect that their own. But our own did not commit anything. Rather, it is caring and fighting for us, and you are ganging up against him. You will be the one to die. We will not be silent this time around. We can never ever continue to be silent, and our prophet will be killed. So for that reason, I'm saying, may Chukwu bless everybody that is participating and obeying the order of the leadership of IPOB, because we are demanding for our rights, and that our rights we shall get. Mazi, the blessing of Chukwu Abiyama continue to be with you and be with our leaders, who is doing excellent on this airport, even at the absence of our leader. Chukwu Abiyama will be the strength of every one of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, my dear brother Ugo, and keep on doing the good work you are doing from your location. Thank you very much. Let's take this call. Mazi Akazu, can you hear
me? Yeah, Mazi.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, I sound very, very loud and clear. Thank you, my brother. Good morning.
Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Nwachineke, I can hear you. Are you hearing me?
I cannot hear you. What is happening?
Hello, Mazi. Hello?
Hello.
Nwachineke, can you hear me?
What's wrong? Akazu, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you. And you? Hello, Mazi. Hello, Nwachineke.
Chinedu, can you hear me?
Yes,
I don't know
Mazi,
what's
I can
happening
hear
to
you
this
loud and
line
clear.
now.
I can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, not a place we have, so we must fight so hard and take back our homeland. So Biafra is our home. Yes, not a place we have, so we must fight so hard and take back our homeland. Our eyes look unto you, because
This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2. Our lines are open. You can get us +614-818-70925, 614-818-70925, 614-818-70925, or 1-836-263-73499. Mazi Akazu, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear. Hello,
Can you
Mazi.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What is happening? Chinedu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
What's
Mazi.
going on?
Nwachineke,
Your
I
voice
can
is
hear
not
you.
coming out, but it's recording. Seems your voice is recording, yes, but I can't hear you. So I don't know where this fault is coming from, but it's recording on my system, Chinedu. Call the other number, let me see. Yes. Call the other number. Call 614-8187-0925.
Someone who knows our hearts. So we are calling your name. Chukwu okike bịara ya ọhụụ. Biafra is our home. Just not a place we have. We must fight so hard and take back our homeland. Biafra is our home. Just not a place we have. So we must fight so hard and take back our homeland. And take back our homeland. So,
Jude Okafu, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Nwachineke.
Jude, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What is actually happening today?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Voice, but I see it recording. Jude, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jude Okafu?
we will stay back the land free from the soul. We long for we will stay free from the soul. We long for we must stay back the land free from the soul. We long for we.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mazi, I can hear you loud and clear.
Something is wrong with my system. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Something is wrong.
Must stay back the land. Biafra is our home. Just not a place we have. We must fight so hard. Take back.
Caller, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? What exactly is happening here? What is happening? I haven't experienced this before. Okay, Jude, can you hear me?
Yes, this is Jude Okafor calling from Sweden. My people,
Jude,
good morning today. Yes, and thank you,
I don't know what is going on.
For this.
Your voice is coming out, but I can't hear it myself.
Yes.
I haven't experienced this.
Yes. Let me continue.
Okay.
So I want to talk to you.
Sorry, there is a button. Oh my God. I'm really sorry. It's my fault.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. I see the problem.
Okay.
I see the problem.
Okay.
I muted myself. but your voice is going out. People are hearing it, but I cannot hear you direct. Sorry. Akazu and other people, that's one you can call back. The fault is from my side. I didn't see it. The wire covered it. Now I have set it. Continue, Jude. Jude, continue.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. My people, what I really want to talk to you about Biafrans is that I saw this video trending on the internet about these cultists killing people. So I was at first time I was happy that they are starting to realize what we are talking about. And when finally I read it was cultists, I got disappointed. I said to myself, so these people, they cannot use this energy to go and kill each other. Instead of killing all these politicians who are their problem, they are killing each other. What is wrong with our people? What can they learn? Kill for something that is going to benefit you in the future. Not to going to kill your own brothers, beheading them. You know, when we have enemies, serious enemies, very threatening enemies in our midst, you can't do anything. They are advancing in your campaign, and you don't do anything. When are you going to wake up and know? Use that energy that you are using to do cultism and use it to deal with all these politicians. Then your problem will be finished. Because you killing this your friend now, because he owe you money or whatever you are fighting for, that problem will still be there. But if you kill all these people and we get our freedom, then all these people, their problem will go away. This is exactly what I want to say to them. And I hope for all these cultists will hear me and learn, because this is not the way to go. Please, we have been hammering on this. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I want us to talk too, because this is getting up hand, getting too much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother Jude.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That is it. That is the wisdom we are trying to give to our people. Well, that is the wisdom. You call yourself cultists. Cultism, what have you gained from it? Nothing. All these years, you kill yourself because of one useless something. You don't know the origin. You don't know the origin of what you're practicing. You don't know the origin. You don't really know the origin. Chinedu, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, loud and clear.
You are welcome.
Yeah, Nwachineke. I say what is happening this morning, but thank God you really at the end you get there, you omit yourself. Mazi, may Elohim bless you, my brother. Thank you for picking my call. My greetings go to my leader Mazi Nwachineke Ohamadike, one of the man who have sacrificed his life to make sure that we Biafrans can be able to have a good life once again. As he is in the JS custody today, and we all Biafrans are doing everything possible, everything we can do to make sure that he's out. My prayer is that may Elohim to keep on blessing him, guide and protect him, destroy his enemy before him, so that as soon as later he will come back to join us in this struggle. And as he's coming out with Biafran flag. This is my prayer this morning in the name of Chukwu Kikabiama. He said, Mazi, are you hearing me, Mazi?
Yeah, I'm listening, brother.
So, Mazi, what I want to say this morning, I want to go straight to this Ohaneze and Modulation and Diama, who are ranting, asking us to go to Abuja. Now they have entered one chance in our hand. We must keep on doing what we are doing. We must keep on shutting down Biafra land. I thank God for our people. That our people have seen the importance of freedom. That this word that Elohim have put in the mouth of Mazi Nwachineke have finally sink into the heart of our people, and our people have realized that there is no other way we can use to let the world understand our plight, if not what we are doing today. and also to let the world understand that we are tired of this country called Nigeria. We have nothing to do with Nigeria anymore. All we want is Biafra. All we want today is Biafra. If Nigeria like, let them use their stupid naira to paint the road of Biafra land. We don't want to belong here because we cannot belong with people who don't know the value of life. We cannot belong in a country where one man will take knife and chop up somebody's head. Killing human being in that country is like where they are killing cockroach. We Biafrans are not used to this type of rubbish life. We are educated people. We have fear of God. Our people used to say, leave, let me leave. This is our slogan. So our people must stand up doing the needful. Even as the Director of State has issued a memo concerning sit at home on 1st of October, which the zoo used to remember their stupid independence handed over to them by British. We Biafrans are going to shut down Biafra land once again to let the world understand that we are not part of that country and we cannot celebrate these killers. We cannot celebrate the death. Life in Nigeria now, everybody is living in fear. I wonder who is going to come out to celebrate that country. I wonder the idiot who is going to come out or allow your children to go out in the name of the one to celebrate Nigeria. What are you celebrating, for God's sake? Is it good road you are celebrating? Is it good hospital? Is it good school? Is it electricity? Yeah, tell me what you are going to celebrate in Nigeria, for God's sake, my people. Earlier the better, everybody in that country should shut that country down and let the world know that that country is evil. Look at the country who is paying foreigners to protest for them in America, as if where they are coming from is a good place to live. Paying money, that money you are giving to foreigners in America, why can't you use it and give to your citizens? These people are evil, my brother. I have to be honest with you. This country is evil. Since I was born and now I'm old, I've never seen this type of country before. Thank you much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, Mazi Nwachineke. Thank you. Thank you for still holding the line despite all this thing I was going through here. Thank you. Thank you. Desmond, can you hear me now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Am I coming out well?
You are coming out. Continue.
Nwachineke, good morning to here, and I say good morning to Biafrans, IPOB family members, and our leader, His Excellency Mazi Nwachineke will be with you, and you lead us into Biafra and the eternity. Say, my name is Desmond, and I'm calling from Italy, Nwachineke. Nwachineke, you've done well this morning. You know, these are the things that we have to keep reminding our people. That is why orientation is very, very important. Because when our leaders say these things, that these are the things that are going to happen, that we should be on the outlook for it, but some of our people don't understand. And now it is unfolding step by step. Now, but before I make comment, Nwachineke, let me first of all bring to the attention of our people and Biafrans worldwide that there is need for us to support ESN. It is very, very important at this crucial period of our struggle. We all know, Biafrans, we know that after the extraordinary rendition of our leader, you know, the enemy decided to attack us. They attacked our financial institution, and by the special grace of Kikabiyama, whom is with us and who has been leading us and guiding and fighting our battle for us, we have defeated them, we have exposed them. All their evil plot has been exposed, even though all the Kalahewe is like what our leader used to say in Igbo. You say, Oga Mapu and Oga Akwafu. You know, our leader used to say it. So we should understand that we've won the battle, and it's time that we come back and start doing what we are doing. We must continue to support ESN. We see what is going on in our land. We see the way they are using their terrorists in uniform, the military, the police to invade our land, raping our students, causing all form of havoc. Their terrorists are in the bush, causing all form of havoc. How do we defend our land? These people, they invade us with weapons. Even America gave them A-29 to Kanu. They have armor tankers. They have everything. They have AK-47. How can we defend our land? we don't expect ESN to go and face these people with their bare hands. So we have to do the needful. We have to continue to support ESN. No matter wherever you are in this world, as long as you are a Biafran, as long as you want our freedom, even if you are not a Biafran, you must support ESN for the safety of the indigenous people that has been drafted in that country called that contraction called Nigeria. So therefore, for Biafrans in Italy and our friends and those who are wishing us well, these numbers are from IPOB national body in Italy, signed by the IPOB national coordinator. Is for you to support ESN. I didn't say IPOB family members. I said Biafrans and our wishers, starting from Igodo all the way to Benue, you know, to is it all the lower Benue or thereabout, you know. We must, as long as we are in Italy, please call this number and support ESN. It is very, very important in what we are doing now. And the numbers are +39 35100 46055. Repeat, +39 35100 46055. This is the number for IPOB National Coordinator in Italy. And the second one is +39 3512 551274. I repeat, +39 3512 551274. This is for IPOB National PRO in Italy. Any of the number you call will be directed on how to support ESN as long as you are a Biafran and you are in Italy. And all Biafrans around the world must do same, irrespective of wherever you are. We must continue rightfully and to the right channel. We must continue to support ESN. It is very, very important. This support is very crucial at this moment of our struggle. It is very, very important to our people. And because we have to defend our land, we can't be here and our people are dying. It doesn't make any sense. So please, I urge Biafrans to rise up and start this support and double your efforts so that we go our home and live like human beings. Nwachineke analysis this morning has been so wonderful. You know, on Friday is a sit at home, total lockdown of Biafra land. It is 1st of October. It is Friday. Everybody will sit at home. Our people should call their people and orientate them and educate them and make them understand. After on Friday, on the 21st of October, is the court date of our leader. And if they don't produce our leader in court as is stated, because they said it by their own mouth, that will be in court on 21st of October. If it's not there, then we are going to shut down the land of Biafra for 1 month. After which, if they don't respond, we are going to indefinitely shut down the land of Biafra. Our people should understand that the time is upon us. No matter what is happening in the north, the ravages of the terrorists, Boko Haram and others, our focus should be the security of our land. It is very, very important at this time. And that is what we must join hands together to do. Because that time is upon us and we must stand together and take our freedom. They can pay the whole Africa in the diaspora to protest, to support Nigeria. That is their own business. But we should be able to equip ourselves, equip our men on ground to be able to defend that land of Biafra, the properties there and the life of our people there. That is where we should put our concern to. So I am calling on all Biafrans to stand to their obligation and to their duty, no matter who you are, because it's very, very important. Thank you very much, Nwachineke, and God bless you. Terrorists will continue to ravage them in the north because they think by bringing terrorists, terrorists will kill all of them there. And at the end of this process, Fulani race will be wiped out of this earth. They say they want to come and take Biafra land. They will be wiped out of this earth and they will see it. God bless you. And anybody who is supporting them, even British or anybody, calamity will be for you and your country. Thank you, Nwachineke, and God bless you from here.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much. Caller on the other line, thank you for holding the line. You have the mic now.
Yes, Mazi Nwachineke, may God bless you.
And you too, my dear brother.
Thank you, Mazi Alamoka, calling from Biafra land, Aba. Mazi, may God every Monday, every day in news. Bafama Kayena, even now, a chatting to Bafama Kayena not. Our leader already. Number I will focus on buying. You feel Mara, no finish here. They have an action back. I'm not about my brother. Mask, I'm going to where you could, Bafama Kayena not. I support and Zafra. My brother, I'm going to Zuku. My money made that change. Joe would say, even Merin and Boko Haram, how many years in Abrodo, I shut the network down. Obviously, Zamfara. I shut the school head down, I shut the school. Now, we have to shut the network in Nigeria down. Now, the Henry came, Undo slave in the army, Undo police in the Kebayawa, Bundu Kakwere Nego. Can we finish here? Our plan, Mazi Nwachineke. Forget the enemy. I am my enemy. Mazi, every day, our people resign, Equero. Opportunity to every people. Forget that bandits. Only help. Yes, you help me now. Put to buy in the back. My brother is from Sokoto last 2 weeks. Poro family, Sokoto, Maraba, Eba, my brother, that's now. Neighbor now, the walk. No, you don't know why in the house, use a foreign number. Foreign number is to have a head of the way. Have the business now to go to where. Or how to go railway from the jail from railway from the jet or north. I'm not my way. Not as well as why I have. You have cook and get together. Can you support all this? Our security guy, our lawyer, can you support all? Oburosi engine on Facebook now be ABC. I don't know if saying about ABC. Can you face all have Igbo? I don't know that. Okay, this is the first call out this morning. Me have the problem guy. I think there agitation doing and na Abuja. How people plan saying so see say okay, he's our leader. No, but it's agitation. Oh, the one Abuja Mazi. Onye ọbụla nke onye ọbụla na-ekwu onye biko ka anyị rapụ ịsa aka onwe anyị ka anyị rapụ ịkpọ ihe ka anyị bịa today ka anyị mara ihe na-eme ya because of gịnị ndị ọgbakọ ihe na-eme short just the network na short ha ma ihe na-eme weche oge agaghị eme awali arrest a sị na achọrọ short network down because of gịnị information na-emete na Facebook or online ha mechiri keke emechiri ọsa maka Twitter. He shut the Twitter down. Now actually Twitter na Nigeria. Because of information he made and he knew the wrong one. Yeah, the men are we get finish this a slave who be born not. Now we don't support her. I want to finish here not finish here. My brother because of the plan no more going back to the hello. Mazi Nwachineke na blessing you na bambo ka you know that God bless you. Okay, so go and put every money. Now you news. You know, men are not. Because there's some people that this radio. Or many people don't know that. How many people are ever radio today? Many people are there. Okay, that my wife started this start home on Friday. Only a bona put a little idea of book of the wine or palm put that. If you ever actually be because of it, I am not our leader. And you know, every night, every Friday. My brother, to make the pain and can put that in later because and this is slave governors and this I have my own name. She's better than our leader. Against our leader. I will protest like the one Abuja. Come on, say because my brother. May you bless everybody. Thank you, my brother. God bless you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much. I really enjoy your call. Thank you so much. Kinsley Morocco. Thank you for holding the line. You have the mic now.
All hail Biafra, Nwachineke. All hail Biafra. My name, you have already called my name. I want to thank my leader and thank every principal officers. Also thank Yoruba people in America. My brother, you see what's going on in America is what where I'm going. If such a thing will be happening, I think that we're supposed to be happy that our message has been get to everywhere. If Nigeria we go and take to come and protest and stand for them, think that what you people are doing, Nigerians living outside the world are bearing it, and the day that you people are fucking the real fact. My brother, I've never seen a country that like Nigeria in taking this, and this democracy, it can never work. There's no way. It is people that talk about in the democracy because they have a state. switch to 24 hours light. How did these people going to bring a confusion in Anambra? They want to, all those women that are coming for governorship election. They say we're too elephants, like the land to be, the land that's going to be done is going to conquer. People must have told to be bad. Instead of to carrying all their property, all their work to go to Abuja and for all. What you guys see this not to be something of the thing we did already arm in that Anambra. We get back. We will not accept it. Instead of let us bridge them. And so that the people nothing like emotion will happen. It will not happen, almost state it. But we will not allow it to happen, my brother. That is it. We will never allow it. Because we also have said, let them take that money let them take that money to rebuild and build that country, that state like whatever it is, because they have that money. My dear brother, Nnamdi is not the person that take their location and give to us. It's not Nnamdi still allocation of Imo State. Not Nnamdi still allocation of Abia State. Not Nnamdi holding Nigeria moving forward. Rather, this guy coming to do what? To save us from this bondage we are. And nothing will happen to him. And it will be a shameless any day I follow any man come out to make in Nigeria. If the man Nnamdi appear on court on 21st, and you know that you are gone forever. And you are a better people. You practice your religion because of money. You don't know what is going on. Fuck you people. Come on. Go and wish Rico and your phone and start their phone. Some people, you love other people. You want to love people because of you. Want to go pray God because of you. You're not a real Muslim. Mazi Nwachineke, God bless you. And the people are doing a great job. Thank you very much, and thank every principal officer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's Mazi Kinsley from Morocco. Thank you very much for your wonderful contribution as we continue to stream live on Radio Biafra Hausa service from the platform of Radio Biafra London. Thank you very much. We're here. Yeah, we know what the Ohanezes say, whatever. But it's not everything that we will make open. Time has come. It's not that time is coming. We will know Mbenabun Keboke. Adugo, can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir. Hello, sir.
You are live on Radio Biafra.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Hello?
I can hear you. Continue.
Hello?
Listen to me via your phone. Listen to me via your phone. Can you hear me?
I'm the person that sent it. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Continue.
Hello?
I know you are calling from the Zoological Republic.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, I always like to pick calls from the zoo, but the network is always frustrating. Caller, can you hear me? Call on the line. Can you hear me?
Nwachineke, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Okay, good morning from there. My name is Nanyere. Now there's PRO here in Russia.
You use another
thank you. Yeah. But I don't know what I pressed. My phone got full, so I tried to delete some things. My number deleted, so I use a change line.
Okay.
So I want to thank you for your good work, and I want to thank my leader, Mazi Nwachineke, number one in the whole world, because He's #1 in the whole world. No matter anything that Efulefu are doing. To talk about Ohaneze is to give them a promotion because we don't have anything called Ohaneze. Our leader have said it. George Obuozo, Fulani tools. They are Fulani tools, so we don't have their time and we don't need their opinion. The opinion is dead on arrival. So, Nwachineke, I want to thank all IPOB members, especially this Russia IPOB. They are doing a marvelous job. And I want to thank my national coordinator, Mazi Nwachineke, and my coordinator also, Mazi Orizu. They are doing a great job. Look at what Zoo are doing in USA. The people that they promised $500, maybe I later saw a video that they did not fulfill their promise. Then when they are disgraced themselves also, scam everywhere. They are disgracing themselves all over the world. We have told all this afraid there is no election in Anambra State. I don't know what is wrong with our people. I don't know whether they cannot minus 1 + 1 and get up. I don't know what is wrong with them. There is no election. You are moving around, following politics, collecting indomie, collecting all this nonsense. There's no election. Don't disturb yourself. Don't follow all this politics because you may die on the process. You people don't hear something. Haven't you been eating since all this while before the politics? Haven't you been managing yourself before this campaign? What is wrong with our people? What is really wrong with our people? There is no election in Anambra. You people should take your longer throat and enter inside house and sit down. Go to farm and find 1 or 2 things and help yourself. Before this election in Anambra, are you not be eating? You follow Obiano, you follow Oba, you follow all these people up and down. When that you're gonna go. What is wrong with you, all of you people? They give you this, they give you that. After they enter office, you don't even have road. Your market, where you sell market, you don't have road to enter here. You don't have good shop. Nothing. We are trying to make things be okay for our people. You people are scattering everything. Huh? Thank you, my brother. That is my contribution to this morning. Thank you for the good work that you are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2. Our people must understand that what is coming is bigger than Indomie, is bigger than your shop. You must know that. It's either you sacrifice it now and enter into the paradise, or they will destroy you with your shop. We must know that. Haneze, to talk about them, well, we'll still talk about them, but they are on their life. They must know one thing: power belongs to us. Every IPOB, wherever you are, know it, hit your chest, know that the time, this is our season. This is our time. This is our time. Nobody can take it away from us. It is what we agree, what we decide will happen in Biafra land. Short and simple. So let us not panic with some group of Ifulefu, some group of charlatans, some expired geishas, expired sardine, some set of a bunch of fools, old men without shame. Let us not worry ourselves on that. But if they claim that they are something, let them come out. Then let's see. Let's see. It only pains me when I see some young youth messing themselves up with politicians because of Indomie. Chukode, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You're welcome, brother.
Okay, brother. May God bless you.
And you too, my brother.
I think what I have to contribute this morning is about our people that is foreign politicians. I think those criminals in the government have called politicians, and they did it intentionally to our people. They created poverty and made people to be living in abject poverty for them to be easily used. Because hungry man is seen like a mad person, crazy person. Hungry man is senseless. When you are hungry, you cannot say no to anything. You must say yes to everything. So they make people to be living in abject poverty, so that when whenever they want to use them, they will call them and cook food for them, and they will eat and say yes. But they know that when people have started feeling well, living in a good apartment, enjoying good life, running water, power, good road, good hospital, good schools, and well-paid salary, the people begin to reason like a human being. So they did it intentionally. This is what the North did to the North. They turned their people to human animals living in the forest so that they can be easy to control them. So this thing now they have bring it down to the south. They have now turning our people in the south like an emergency race, so that can be anytime you want them, you come out and cook food for them, and they will give you what you want to get. They are not reasoning anymore like our people because of hunger and poverty. And this is what we are fighting for. Just look at them. Imagine the people from the north. I don't even know if the whole north is more than is up to 40 million. But they are now coming into the national television and newspapers telling us that Hausa is 120 million, Fulani is 40 million. There are total 160 million. We, the whole southeast and the west, are 50, making all of us 210 million. This is what they calculated. And
that's the algebra of a Fulani man. Mazi Chukode, that's the algebra of a Fulani. That's arithmetic of a Fulani man. Continue, yes. Continue.
But Ohanese did not respond to them. Those who stooge in the eastern region, they did not respond to them. They tell us that they did not respond to
them. He said to lawyer, how can he put mouth in what you are doing, saying? Continue.
Okay, now how come you are claiming to be 160 million, we are 50 million, but you cannot work to feed yourself? And the way that is very 15 million is now working, paying tax, doing everything. At the month end, we bring all our work and feed you that is 160 million. It's very time for election. You will come out and tell us that you are 160 million. You have the number. That election is a matter of numbers. But coming to work and pay tax and feed yourself, then it cannot be a matter of number anymore. It will become the minority. 50 million, feeding you 160 million. So you see, I don't, in fact, at times when I begin to think of what is happening in that place, supposing I'm God, I will have I can easily talk to God, God will answer me. I will tell God to wipe everybody out and create another human being in that zoo called Nigeria. But I cannot decide for God. But I cannot do otherwise. But this time, I will have to do our own as a human being. Our people say that we will not allow them to drink water and keep cup. Or to restore Biafra, we will continue to be fighting. We know that we are feeding the zoo called Nigeria. Once we shut down the southeast, the zoo will be shut down. Once the southeast is not functioning, the southwest will not function. The north, they produce nothing to the economy. They are a minority. So when we shut the southeast down, the zoo will be feeling the pain. When the southeast collapse, the zoo will collapse. Biafra will emerge. We will not step back until we restore our nation. This is my contribution this month. Let all of us keep on moving. We are the right direction. Thank you and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, Mazi Chukode. Thank you very much. I believe Ekeronek is listening. Our dear sister that called, she dropped message. Our radio is not working in Bayelsa State. The radio is not working in Bayelsa. In Bayelsa, our FMs are down in Bayelsa State. I believe Ekeronek is listening, and with his team, Bayelsa is down. We must fix it so that brothers, our family there, will be contributing, will be part of this breakfast of the gospel that is coming from Radio Biafra at all time. Very, very important. And this time is very, very perilous because things are going to happen. It's happening already. The plagues are there. The northern are doing, the Fulani slave in our land, the Ohaneses are speaking, so that everybody will know. You will understand the voice of man, the voice of, and the voice of demon. You know who is who. We don't have elders anymore. What we have are slaves and vultures. So anything on Hanese is nonsense. And those of you in the north, mostly those in Sokoto, it's our brother called. I don't know. I'm not suggesting for you at this time what is happening there. Now they have shut the whole communication network there, and they themselves are using the Turaya and the other one. You can't buy it because the profit you make from your shop, you can't be using it to be paying for Turaya and other network. You people there must be careful because one day they'll round you up and finish you. Those in the corners, I don't know what we are doing over there even. That place too far. Call on the line. Can you hear me? Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, good morning.
Welcome, my dear brother.
Yeah, thank you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. My name is I'm still Mazi Amanapo from Olu province, living here in UK. I want to thank you this morning. It's not easy for you to wake up every morning and evening, almost every evening, to come and start to energize our people. Lord, I will continue to pray that God will replenish you. You are doing a very great and wonderful work to your fatherland. And I thank our leader, Mazi Nwachineke. Wherever he is, may the Lord Elohim continue to protect him and shield him with his divine presence. And also thank our DOS. I also continue to pass a vote of confidence on our DOS. We still rely on them and continue to, paddle this mantle of leadership they are being given. Leadership is not easy. It's only somebody who have not been in leadership that will think that is a product of God. If you have been in leadership, you see that there are a lot of obstacles. People will be, tackling in different ways. But you will continue to stand your ground because you know that if you know your onions, you will continue to stand your ground. And that is what is now going on. I don't want to talk about the Ohanese or whatever they call themselves. These people are self-acclaimed people. I don't even know them. I can tell you that it's not up to 3 years during the era that I started hearing about this Ohanese. So I don't know whom they are. They are not representing me. I don't know them. They are self-claimed. You cannot claim something which you are not. People will vindicate you. You can never vindicate yourself and start to impose yourself on people. So coming to what we're discussing about our 1st of October, I want to continue to tell you to start to hammer on the riverine areas, that call themselves the Niger Delta. They said that they are not receiving the message. The evidence is not reaching there. There was what Mazi Nwachineke said in his broadcast yesterday, that he's going to closely monitor them now. That who have told us that almost water has been covered. Almost so many of the rivers areas there have been covered. Bayelsa said and all the rest, even Akwa Ibom, even Calabar, that he's going to monitor them now during this bedtime. Do you know why I'm saying this? Because my other brother lives in Port Harcourt. I always ask the wife. The wife told me that even in when they live, they said that they are not in among what we are doing. They are not among what we are doing. But they will use the radio is not talking there. So we have to monitor them. We have to monitor them and also tell all our riverine bloggers to energize their people. This struggle we are talking about is not only meant for Igbo people. It's not only for the five Igbo nation. We will reach up to Igodo, even to Igala land, even to Ikede in Benue, down to the Calabar area. But only us is now partnering this, which is not very, very good. And just like also tell our Oduduwa brothers to declare 1st of October, tell them the need of declaring 1st of October lockdown in the whole Oduduwa land. We want to show these people that we own the land. we want to show them that we own the land. They cannot come from Sahel. They cannot live where they are wandering in the bush and continue to come and try to take what does not belong to them, because they have people who are backing them who are just like rats. Just don't want to do anything. Whatever they told them, they say it's done. It's done. So let Oduduwa people rise more. They can declare total lockdown in Oduduwa land, so that the world will know that we meant what we are saying. It is very, very necessary. It is worth doing. Let them come up more and continue to help us. Just like what our leader said, that he's happy that Oduduwa people have risen up now. If they have not risen up now, this new generation of Oduduwas, the world will think that we are mad. We don't know what they're doing. But they take us serious because they know that everybody have woken up to ask for what belongs to him. So that's what it is. This is very. I also ask our people to continue to assist ESN. This ESN is. I am telling you, I always pray for these people. It is not easy. Now is the raining season, but these people continue to be in the bush, continue to guide the city. Just if the have not set up this Eastern Security Network, what our land could have been now. The trauma of our people could have reached to a very high level now. But many people, it's just like even in UK now, when they see Mazi has everything, they will start to blame Nantikalo. Why will he go to Kenya? Because of what? Will they travel this better? These people who are blaming him, these people who are saying this better, none of them is contributing. They are not doing anything. When you tell them, even if you don't want to belong to IPOB, try to contribute to Eastern Security Network. Not only word of mouth. Freedom is not cheap. Freedom is very, very expensive. It will take blood. It will take resources. It will take manpower and everything. Freedom is not. But when you tell them, they will tell you that, okay, no problem, no problem. All of a sudden, they are not coming. That is what I want to tell you, my brother. Continue to do the good work, and posterity will not forget you. I continue to pray for all the faithful people who are doing the right thing, who are doing the needful to make sure that everything is in order. Our media people, the legal department, the medical department, and everything. And I pray that the Lord will continue to bless us the more. Onye nke anyị na-efe uchi nke anyị hụrụ n'anya ga-eme ka ihe niile gara ka Biafra wụ ihe duwe reality. This I pray in the mighty name of Chukwu Okebiama. He said, thank you, Mazi.
You see, thank you very much. That's Mazi Ndodere. Thank you very much for your contribution and your prayer. We must continue to move on. Our duty, we must do it. Everybody must continue to work in his own department. It's not time to blame or attack, blame your brother or this, that. The thing is that the enemy is at head. And if we don't fight them, they will deal with us. They are there already. So let us not be confused with all their plans, but to press on. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2. Yeah, okay, you're still there. This is Radio Biafra Hausa Service 2 coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Mazi Nwachineke, or Amadike, one of Biafra land. We must remember the sit at home. We will continue to talk that maybe in the next broadcast so that it will sink. The thing is that apart from the 1st October, you know that the Janjaweed, they have the way to, their way of behavior is somehow. They may decide to play the game, so we must prepare for the main event, the main lockdown, which will be total lockdown in Biafra land. If by 24th of October, 21st of October, they refuse to do the needful, not that we are going to court to argue whatever, our leader has not issue, but they must do the needful. They must do the needful. So you, my dear brother, you must prepare in Biafra land. If the need arrives. But as for whatever we will do to restore Biafra, nobody should continue calculating there are people who don't eat food if they don't come out in a day. Some of those people, they have been killing them, and if we don't do the needful, then they will kill all of us. There must be a sacrifice to pay for anything to come, and that sacrifice is what we are preparing. Protest is good. We have been protesting, and they're killing us. So this is another way. And sitting at home is crumbling the economy. They call us dots, but when we sit at home, Lagos will not function. You must know that when Biafra land is shut down, Lagos will not function, because Lagos, both the international whatever, at the end of, listen, 95% of the container you bring in inside Lagos, which people import it mostly from the dots. So when we lock down, it will be shaking everywhere. Everywhere will be shaking. Forget about they don't know the people that are behind the struggle. They don't know their brain when it comes to economics. So I'm just advising our people, just be prepared, because we need to. Zoo is dying. So if Zoo has wisdom, of which their wisdom is corrupt, but if they have wisdom, they will not try to do anything that will tamper the economy. But you know, Fulani don't have brain. Fulani has no brain. Their brain is corrupt. Their wisdom is corrupt. Everything coming from them is evil, evil, evil. They may try to do so. Then when we shut Biafra land, I'm telling you, Lagos will be crying. You see, Lagos, they will be who are making things happen there. It is the people in the Lagos working with the people in the East. Then we'll tell you that we are the trigger. You know the trigger. When you trigger it out, then bullet releases. What about the useless state? Nothing. All the state in the nothing desert. Call your brother staying there. It's nothing. The state has no option. Sokoto, Zamfara, Kebbi State, Katsina, Bruno State. All this state has no option. It is what you decide will go to them. Zamfara cannot raise 1 billion, as they said, 1 billion naira. So it is what we decide on. Then we'll tell them that indeed, forget about the oil, we are the trigger. The time is coming. When the DOS asks you to pipe down, most of us don't understand. Most of the thing you like it to come on air and explain, which is not good. All you need is just to follow the rule. People that are more dangerous than any other thing are the people Hamadike selected. These people are more dangerous than what you think. But they have wisdom and they're following things step by step. Brother, sister, there are things that are on pipeline that will be unleashed when the time comes. But I just pray that God give you and I the grace to sustain it. Because after that process, you just see Biafra on its own. Biafra will just be bouncing on like a football on the ground. You just see Biafra coming. And this will happen. Because there's nothing that will stop Biafra this time. Nigeria is dead. So allow the zoo to do what they want to do. And allow us to cream it for them. We'll cream the bread for them to eat. Then they will die completely. You see economy, they are claiming whatever. We will prove to them. This thing I'm telling you now, maybe you have not calculated reaching that area. How many containers move from Lagos to the east? Then when we shut it down, it's not moving. Let it stock for them there in the wharf. Let the whole container stock there, no movement. Then you will know that dot is very dangerous. You see that dot, only dot. Then you know that when you touch the dot, things begin to happen. Thank you very much for being a part of our program as we're bringing it to an end at this moment because of other things, and I'll try to fix some technical things I begin to experience. I'll bring this program to an end and see you tomorrow or next, depending how I get this thing done. Thank you very much, and may the Most High bless us all. Keep on doing the good, keep on pressing on, keep on listening to Radio Biafra, and the Biafra is here. Let us pray. Father, we thank you, Lord. We bless you. We give you praise. Be thou exalted, Abba Father. Take glory, Almighty God. Take glory, Abba Father. We thank you, Lord, for the life of our leader, Mazi Nwachineke. We thank you for ESN. We thank you for Biafrans all over the world. And we thank you, Lord, for the land of Biafra. Thank you, blessed Lord. Thank you, Abba Father. Be thou exalted, ancient of ancient. Lord, this we pray and believe that you have answered us as we make this prayer in the mighty name of your beloved Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. And I leave you with this word. The Bible said, "Curse be upon anyone who preach any other gospel beside this, even an angel from heaven." Galatians 1:8. Shalom.
The true goddess. Cascades on it. Biafra. When Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are pleading for freedom. When Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are pleading for freedom. Freedom of fire. Freedom of fire. Freedom of fire. Do, do, do. Freedom of fire. Freedom of fire. Freedom of fire. Do, do, do. They deny themselves from being Nigerians. Separated themselves from being Nigerians. No more presidents in Nigeria. No more governor in Nigeria. No more senator in Nigeria. Oluwado, do, do. Grant them freedom. Do, do, do. Give them freedom. You in Nigeria, they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria, they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are pleading for freedom. You in Nigeria, they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria, they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are pleading for freedom. Freedom of fire. Freedom of fire. Freedom of fire. Do, do, do. Freedom of fire, freedom of fire, freedom of fire, do, 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 do. Killing every day is not the best. Rapping and killings every time is not the best. Bumpy everywhere is not the best. Shooting all the time, oh, is not the best. For how long, for how long? See our people they die. For how long, for how long? See many people they die. Hey! Oh Lord, when will this stop? Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are pleading for freedom. You in Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are calling for freedom. Nigeria they go see Sagasa. Biafrans are pleading for freedom.
Said must be related to Margaret Thatcher.
The jobs, well, he was knighted. So he said the jobs has to be a northerner first. Mm-hmm. So you have people from the south who go to the north to try and run the whole country in the north. And if the northerners who were administering the northern part of Nigeria as a separate entity on behalf of the British via what they call the native administration, they can only appoint you if you're a northerner. So they call it northerner first. So if you have any of theirs who has qualified, he gets the job. If you're then a foreigner, yeah, someone, an expat. That's the exact word, an expat. Someone from outside Nigeria will get the job number 2. And any other part of Nigeria, will get 3 before an Igbo person from the east gets the job. Because if things the Igbos, all you have to do is put them in a job, and before you know it, they're taking over. So there was this enmity about those who went off from the southern part to the northern part to help to develop what was then the Nigerian Federation.
Yeah. So I want to ask another question, because I know that in the making of the Civil War. That's important. The officer class in the Nigerian army was also substantially from the south, and particularly Igbo. As the place became independent.
I'm building the civilians, and then we bring the army.
All right. Okay.
So the civilians were in, if you like, most of the people who went up north to set up their own motor, spare parts business. They were appeared to be flourishing, and as a result, they attracted more people from their own part the country. So much so there was an approach when all the killing started, in the tune of between 1.8 to 2 million people outside the eastern part of Nigeria that had to run back to their own part. So there's a huge number, but it's really dwarfs into insignificance when compared to the population in the north. So, but what was then happening was Nigeria, because of the people in the south who were pushing for independence, the northerners said, no, we're not ready for independence. So there was a mismatch whereby a whole country like Nigeria that could have become independent earlier were being dragged back because people in the north, because of their own way of seeing things or doing things, they weren't training enough people from the northern part who would then administer that part. So they felt they'd be disadvantaged if they had independence earlier. So much so that Nnamdi Azikiwe mentioned
independence means southern rule, just as in the Caribbean, Mr. Bustamante said independence means brown man rule.
There you go. So they didn't want to replace the British colonialism with southern colonialism. Okay, so that was an issue for them in the big time. So the Nigerians were trying to get the British to leave so they can begin this process of African decolonization. So, and there were people like Nnamdi Azikiwe who have Pan-African view. The Pan-African view. So
who was he?
So Nnamdi Azikiwe is from the eastern part, is an Igbo person. Now, but it is more Hausa. He was actually born in the north. In 1904. So he was born there, a place called Zenguri. So because his father was a clerk and so on, so he was born up there. And he realized that very, very early that in order for Africans to be emancipated, you have to be well educated to confront the
Western way.
In the Western way, to confront the British. So he, along with his friends, stowed away the ship. They were going to America. They didn't care. So one of his friends became seasick, and they were told that you better throw them overboard. So that otherwise, they decided no, they're going to disembark in Accra in Ghana. When they were chopped off the boat. So, and then he started to work as a laborer, and the message got home that to his father and his parents that he ran away. He's now living in Ghana. So then he was brought back, and his father said, here's my pension money, let's do this properly, go to America. So he went to America, he worked as a boxer at the coal mine, trained himself, Lincoln University, got a master's degree in the 30s. Now this is unusual. And at one stage in his quest to help Africa free, he actually was lying before a train line to kill himself. He was fed up with the whole thing. But someone rescued him. He managed to get his head together and went back to Africa. Now, at that time, in the 30s, he has a master's degree. It was very, very strange. So he started by going to media and popularizing the need to free the African mind. So the idea is to restore the dignity of black man. So he was in the forefront.
Was he influenced by Garvey in any way?
Yes, he had Garvey's interest that had to hold Africa unite together. So the reason why he's significant in this discussion is because he was the one leading, along with others, to try and free Nigeria from British colonialism.
By the way, he has an autobiography just called Z.I.K.
Yes, called Zik.
That people should find and read.
Excellent. Z.I.K. is an abbreviation of Nnamdi Azikiwe. He changed his name from Benjamin to Nnamdi because he wanted to represent his country
in an Olympics by himself.
Yeah.
He was a boxer, he's a sprinter, he's a runner, he's a footballer, he's everything. He's a proper athlete.
Yeah.
And they said, no, you can't represent your country. You haven't got a country. So he was so angry.
Yeah.
So he decided he's no longer going to be called Benjamin.
Yeah.
From now on, his name is Nnamdi.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, the name of the current leader of IPOB, called Nnamdi. So if you like, this is the first Nnamdi. Who gave the
number one.
Nnamdi one. So Nnamdi Azikiwe was therefore, along with other members in Nigeria called Awolowo on the west, they were trying to unite.
Who also has an autobiography.
We're coming back. We'll come back. So they were trying to set the Nigerian people free from colonialism. The problem was the methodology. Because water and oil not make cement, some parts of the country weren't ready. The British told the Azikiwe, because he was one of the prime agitators, there are three parts then to Nigeria then, the northern, the eastern, and the western at that time. We're talking the 50s. The British told them, if two of you out of three want independence, we will give it to you. So Nigeria could have been independent before Ghana. Nnamdi Azikiwe, having been to America, thinking Pan-African, it says, and when United States of Africa, so if two of us, the East is ready, the West is ready, I'm talking Eastern and Western part of Nigeria then, they call them region in those days.
Yes, they do.
These guys are ready, but the North is not ready. We will wait for them. And the North said, we'll only come and join you guys if you give us 50% of the vote. That's going to be. So they were rigging from the beginning, setting the pace to say, we could only join this independent movement if you give us 50% of the vote. So, and then the remaining 50, of course, going to be shared between East and West. So you can imagine a federation where preponderantly one side has more majority. So
did they have the population base, or was that a lie?
Now the population is interesting. If you look at the whole of West Africa, there's only one part in that West African where more people seem to live in the north in Nigeria than in the west. And so than in the southern part where it's more populated. And also if you look at population density, it's more on the eastern part, but now using satellite imagery. Outside the Nile Valley, there are no more greater population density than the eastern part of Nigeria. So they believe that the population census was rigged to give the impression there are more people living in the north than in the south, where there are a huge number of people. So the population...
There's all kinds of problems with that census, isn't it? Because the north, even though it wanted to claim population preponderance, big numeric numbers, they didn't want the women counted. Because they're in... You're not supposed to
You can't go inside somebody's house and count the women. It's not done.
So we don't know how they arrived at these numbers at all, because there's all kinds of problems with I remember that.
So they knew the population census was rigged. In fact, when Nigeria became independent, I believe 1962-63, there's another recount. And there was all sorts of figures churned out, so much so that made the Igbos vulnerable, because the person ruling the Igbo part of the eastern part of Nigeria said they didn't believe the census result from the north. His name is Dr. Opara. So he became an enemy of the north, because the north said, we have more population, what's your problem? So they were already fighting, because the reason why they're fighting about population is that the greater your number, the more you share the cake. It's a federal thing. So going back to why the war came, so you therefore have a huge number gone up to the north to help develop Nigeria, but they began to have resentment because their presence in the north, first of all, they're not Muslim. Secondly, they appear to be more, if you like,
enterprising,
and from the other people, they appear to be more aggressive because they're taking over our jobs, which they are not qualified to do in the first place. But rather than allow them as Nigerians, they wanted other people outside Nigeria to have the job rather than them. So there was, if you look at the answers of the parliamentary debate in the northern part of Nigeria, it's all about how to get rid of the Igbos. This was in the 40s and the 50s. So that was really the genesis of the war we're coming to, because there was an inbuilt discussion about how do we deal with the Igbos. Well, don't give them stores, don't give them land, don't give them, make sure that they're not in position of authority. The position of authority in the north was ruled by the northern native authority. So you can't even, so they were able to start plotting and planning how to contain the Igbos who are living in Sabongaris. Now, you mentioned the military.
Yes.
So the goings on, so Nigeria managed, to get its independence in 1960. I'm not sure if I'm going too quickly.
No, it's all right.
So Nigeria managed to get its independence in 1960 after the delay and the dragging of the fleet from the north.
Yes.
So the Nnamdi Azikiwe and the people who are trying to get Nigeria freed from colonial Britain through boycotting, through basically they used superior argument. There wasn't any fighting or killing like in the Kenya scenario. The Nnamdi Azikiwe, with all his knowledge and so on, was able to put together ideas that Nigerians are ready to rule themselves. They have the capacity. In fact, they got everything going for them. They had intellect. They had enough people who were intelligent enough to come to UK and argue their own independence. They were just being held back by a group because they wanted to manipulate them. Anyway, to cut that long story short, it just so happens that when independence was coming, the Britain was in the meanwhile building up the north. Yes, making sure when you hand over this independence, you're giving it to the people who can do business with you. So that mentality is that rather than give it to the people who are able to run the ship, that was Nigeria, we give it to some people who are our friends, who will listen to whatever we say. So the problem with the black man is that you need to be able
but in the beginning you said it was the South. Yeah?
Yes.
That was the friend of the Britons because they accepted schools and religion. Yeah, but now you're saying it's
please repeat that.
I said, earlier you're saying that it was the South that was a friend of the British because they accepted school and religion.
Not friends.
Not friends.
Not friends.
They grabbed what the
West had
to offer because it's to their own advantage. So they were the ones who building schools in their own parts, generating enough people who can read and everything to run post office and schools, and therefore they weren't really British friends. This word Boko Haram, I'll touch on it now because it's relevant.
Sorry, go on.
I'll explain why.
I hope you won't touch on that.
I wouldn't touch on it. This book.
No.
I will explain. Please, let me explain why. This thing, Boko Haram, which means Western education is forbidden, is coined by when at the earlier stage these people began to show promise. When they read and understand the way the Western world is put together, they became a danger to the West because that's become education for them is dangerous. You understand? So educating the people from the east and the west part of Nigeria became some sort of a challenge to the British authorities. So now that they liked them, so the British began to suspect them as if we give this power to them to run the country, this country would take off.
Militant anti-colonialism was based on the leadership from the South. That's the point he's making. Whereas in the North, the entity that they had set up there was run by very generally speaking backward Muslim politicians who were not anti-Western, who were in bed with the West. It's like they set up a neo-colony in the north of Nigeria to help them run the whole of Nigeria. And so in that sense, the leadership in the north were their friends. I think that's what the brothers
That's right. They played golf with them. They played polo with them and so on. They're really friends of them.
They had horse culture and polo fitted in and all of that. They're very comfortable up there in a way that they weren't in the south.
They don't want to advance the people.
Yeah, that's right.
So the eastern and the western people appear to be more aggressive because in the west they had the first television enterprise in the whole of Africa. They have free education. All this therefore became a danger to the colonial master because you can't have these Africans being educated. So what I'm saying, at independence, the Nigerian setting at independence, there were more promise, because of the educated quality in Nigerian compared to other countries outside Nigeria. But what backfired was they were literally held back by the people who rather had the British ruling them than their fellow black people from the southern part being in charge of what was left behind by the British.
Setting up, yeah.
So when this dragging of feet was happening, the people who were given the power, therefore, by the British, this is very important, because you're handing independence. They knew independence would come to Africa anyway. Ghana has already become independent. Nigeria is the biggest, most populous part of Africa. Now needs its own independence. And they have a groundswell of knowledge, ability. You can't hold them down forever. So the Brits being the Brits know it's inevitable. Why don't we give this power to the people who we can still talk to, who can still manipulate, who can still, in a way, becomes a flag independence. We give you independence, but we're still running everything remotely from London. That's really the danger. So the people who then saw through all this, because when the paper independence were handed over to the North, they wanted to run things in a way that wasn't progressive enough. So the young military hotheads, this is where they come in and say, why is Nigeria so corrupt? The politicians, we're giving you the opportunity to become independent, but rather than advancing your people, you're running the country to the ground. You have elections, you rig it. People, there's a phrase that says, men became pregnant overnight. You know those agbada we wear in Nigeria, those big gowns, they put stuff all your ballot box paper in there, and you go and drop it. So paper were being announced. This is the first post-independent election. The first one, there's an issue that it was rigged, but we move on. They now become independent. Then the first post-independent election, they began to rig elections. This caused a lot of hassle in the western part of Nigeria, which led to what we call Wild West. People were having acid poured on them. They were being killed because they belong to one political organization and not the other. So Awolowo himself was imprisoned. So there's chaos going on within.
And there was a new group called the Action Group.
Yes, they weren't new. The Action Group was based in the West. They wanted things to move fast. The more educated, in fact, they started, the education came to them first. They had the premier in the West. So they had people who were highly trained, and they're not going to be pushed around by what you know. So people like
by the backward people from the North.
Well, I won't use the word backward. I think we need to get this right. People who think they're backward, it's just that they're denied opportunity to go to school. They're Africans like you and I.
Yes, absolutely.
So if you give them the opportunity to go to school, they will not be backward. It's like if you deny them education and then you tell them that they're backward, that annoys me. Because open the opportunity for them, and you see they will also develop.
Yes, I wasn't expressing my own view. I was expressing the view that I think the Westerners took of the North, of the Northern people. And the explanation that you give is, of course, perfectly correct. One other little point. I think it's very important that we, there are two inaccuracies. One is that the Sudan is actually bigger than Nigeria, one, and two, that it became independent before Ghana, accepting that we don't recognize it because we think of it as an Arab country. But the first black African country to get independence in the post-war period was actually Sudan, 1 year before Nigeria, 1 year before Ghana.
Okay, so Sudan has had its independence, but it was also rigged. It had the Muslim North and Eastern.
Yeah, and that's why we don't count. South. That's why we don't count it, because we regard it as Arab. In fact, it's not Arab at all. It's black people, either mixed race black people in the North call themselves Arab, and Africans like you and me not mixed at all in the South, but they're always there. And so it get called Arab, but not Arab. Apart from the language in the North, there's nothing Arabic about it.
So when the first wave of independence started, Sudan, then Ghana, there were people who were Pan-Africanists, like Kwame Nkrumah. Sorry, your famous name, Kwame. And Nkrumah. He wanted the whole Africa to be one country, one army. Well, in fact, he married an Egyptian. Right, so people like Kwame Nkrumah, who was under the tutelage of Nnamdi Azikiwe helped, and so on. So all these people like Julius Nyerere, Jomo Kenyatta, all these guys, that Zambian guy Kenneth Kaunda, they're all Pan-Africanists. But what was then happening in Nigeria, especially after the Congo uprising, the scenario because parties, remember, they tried to divide the country and so on. The Nigerian soldiers, the officers, went there and tried to help a part of the UN delegation to try and stem the what was going on. So when they returned, they said to themselves, we can't have Nigeria, mess up. We South Africa is going to need us, and other African countries, which Kwame Nkrumah said, Ghana is free today, but it's not free really until the whole of Africa is free. So that sort of thinking was in the mindset of the earlier leaders. What then happened was the young hotheads, if you call them hotheads, the officer class, the young officer class, because the senior officers were part of the establishment. They're not going to do any coup. The young officers who are being outside Nigeria, looking at survey, what's happening in Africa? We need to move forward, guys. What's happening here? So they decided the way Nigeria was going, with all the turmoil going in the West I mentioned earlier, and all the instability built into the Nigerian independence, and also forever in perpetuity, the Northern nobody else is ever going to rule Nigeria except from the North.
Because they have the numbers.
They had the numbers.
Allegedly.
I said they make us believe. They had the numbers, and they had everything that was in Nigeria was sited in North. So people had to go up there to do their factories and work and so on. So following, if you like, Nigeria sliding into corrupt, failed politicians. So I mentioned those important politicians earlier on. They had a different vision. But the actual people running the new independent country became corrupt. That we're saying, what's going on here? We're supposed to be independent, but you're dragging us backwards. So they became ostentatious, they're flaunting their money and so on. So the military stepped in and said, enough is enough. They plotted.
That's the first coup.
They did. I think there were other coups in, is it Mali or Chad or something?
Just in Nigeria.
So the first Nigerian coup, 1966, January. So they set up a scenario whereby they wanted to get rid of the politicians. So unfortunately, they killed the prime minister, who, of course, from the north.
Sir Tafawa Balewa.
Tafawa Balewa. Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. He was from the north. They killed.
He's the emir, so he's not only the political leader, but he's in a way the religious leader of the north.
Well, let me explain that. There are two people.
Yeah.
One is the Tafawa Balewa, who is the prime minister of Nigeria. He's not the Muslim guy. The Muslim guy is called Sadwana of Sokoto, who's Bello. Bello was the guy. So Bello is like the spiritual leader. Ahmadu Bello. He's the one who says, if you get a job, it's the northern first. So he was in a way running the whole country by proxy, as it were. So the military killed him, which is, if you like a big headache. So the military, young hotheads, they killed him. They killed the prime minister. They killed, I think, a senior northern soldier. Okay. And then they killed the finance minister, someone who's from the west. No, he's from Okotibu, I think is from the Midwest. They killed Akintola, who's from the west, but the person from the east, called Opara, was not killed. And they say, hang on, wait, what's going on here? You killed all the other people, and you didn't kill the guy from the east. The guy from the east said he heard there was going to be a coup. According to the
ran away,
and they ran away because Archbishop Macarius was visiting him. Macarius is a visiting dignitary
from Greece,
Cyprus. So
yes.
it's Cypriot Greek, a Greek Cypriot. So he was visiting his part of Nigeria. So Opera went and ran into where he was staying. So if the military coming after him, they had to create an international scene. So the military surrounded him, but because the coup failed, those military who were surrounding the Archbishop Macarius were told to stand down. So they didn't kill him or the Eastern Premier. So the story then filtered in that the coup was stopped in the Lagos by the military officer senior to the junior officers. His name, of course, is Agi Urensi. He happened to be from the east. A guy called Ojukwu was also in the north, and he managed to contain the coup over there. And they negotiated the coup plotters to allow Nigerian military to take over the temporary running of the country, because now the civilians, elected civilians, are now being, most of them killed, apart from the Eastern Premier. So what then emerged was a coup which was designed to try and make Nigeria stable. Remember, the West was unstable. The elections were no longer credible. Wallace Soyinka, in fact, he went and he put a mask on and tried to say that the coup, put a mask on to say that elections were fraud. He went to the radio station, radio broadcast like this, and said this nonsense about having an election which was rigged was not acceptable to the West. So that led to a real turmoil, which the military stepped in to try and calm. When the coup occurred, the whole country breathed a huge sigh of relief and said, wow, we now got a country. And all the corrupt politicians started hiding. Some of them started declaring how much they've stolen. The North was celebrating, the East was celebrating, the West celebrating, saying, at last, we now have a country. But the problem then was the British, it's not the way it was designed. You can't have someone from the East running the country, because it's no longer the plan. So it was the British BBC that first said, this is now beginning to look like an Igbo coup. Now, that's an incendiary thing to say. For anyone who's in the broadcasting, if you say it's now beginning to look like an Igbo coup, some people latched onto it. Because if it's now an Igbo coup, and Igbos are already becoming what we call privileged pariah in the North, you can see the signal begin to build up to get rid of the Igbos, because they've now taken over our jobs and they're now ruling us instead of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. You can understand where this was going. So before, as a result of that coup, there was a planned counter coup. And in order to run the country, before we come to plan counter coup, in order to run the country, the person who found himself at the head of state was the head of the military, who happened to have gone to Congo as a UN delegate and so on. So he was now ruling Nigeria as
what's his name?
Aguiyi Ironsi, Major General Aguiyi Ironsi. So he is now ruling Nigeria as a military, and each region he appointed military officers to administer the regions, because the civilians are now waiting to what to do, hand power back. For that to happen, he made decrees and said, this is the rule we're going to run this by, unify the country. You can't unify a country which is all federal. And the people in the North said, no, we don't want to join. What's going on? We don't want to be part of the country. We are a Northern State Federation. You have your Western Federation, and Eastern Federation. So there was an issue now about how do we force people in Nigeria to work as one. So the decree was 34. They used this as an excuse, as it's actually what Nigeria is running now. Nigeria is still a unitary country. It's still a unitary state run from the center. This guy was advocating running from the center. They rebelled against him and did a counter coup. This counter coup got rid of all the Igbo officers in one night, and then the military with the civilians descended on the Igbo population in the north and started the killing. So this killing started in the killing started around May 66, and so much so that May 29, 66, and July 29, 66, and September 29, 66, systematic dates. Lots and lots of people were killed, ranging between 30 to 50,000, and 2 million returned back to the eastern part. So that's really the beginning of the war. Because when you kill that number of people, we're not just talking about communal killing. You descend anyone who is Igbo in the north, you kill them. Some were running in the train. Some of the people who managed to get into the train were beheaded and the body dumped in the train. Pregnant women had their abdomen ripped out, children killed. So what was happening in 66 was something totally phenomenally different that the African have ever experienced, because like your brother, we're neighbors, and now I'm being killed. So I run away with everything I ever possessed back to if I escaped, I managed to return back to my village. So they have returned to their village now. So by the end of 66, There was nowhere in Nigeria, in the north, even the killing went to the Lagos, the capital. So Chinua Achebe has to escape from Lagos for his life. And someone tried to put the theory, his sword mightier than the pen. It's not actually as funny as it sounds. So he has to, first of all, save his life before he argued whether when they come to shoot him, whether his pen is going to fight against them anyway. So Chinua Achebe escaped from and was so disappointed that even in his own capital, he's not safe.
Do our listeners know who Chinua Achebe was?
Well, Chinua Achebe, as you know, is the person who wrote one of the most striking book in African literature about 60 years ago, 1958, when he first published what we call Things Fall Apart. And it's worth reading. So it was the first time an African was reading a book about Africans and how their culture and so on was set up. So when he wrote it, the teacher said, well, this book doesn't have any form. He said, what is form? Like everything good, you decide, they always start to talk it down. So he published it, the manuscript, was typed it and sent it to London. And he sat in somebody's office for months and months, and he didn't have a copy. There's no photocopy in 58. And if he has lost that manuscript, there's no way we'll know about Things Fall Apart. So he was appointed to BBC equivalent to Nigeria Broadcasting Service. So when the head of that, who was a white woman, was coming to London, he begged her to go to these publishers, please, go and rescue my manuscript.
What's happening there.
So she returned, stormed into the office and said, what's happened to the manuscript? He said, what manuscript? So eventually said, if you don't get the manuscript, I'm going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. And they quickly printed it. That's why we have Things Fall Apart today. So Chinua Achebe is celebrated author.
His next book is called Man of the People or something, which actually tries to deal with that contemporary situation in Nigeria.
So it's almost prophetic, in the sense that if you read his books, it's cataloging what's happening in Nigeria. Because of those books, they say, Igbos plotted the coup all along. Because it's so reflective of what's happening in Nigeria. But alas, late Professor Chinua Achebe, he was one of the Biafran ambassadors during the war to explain what's going on. So, where were we? We got to the stage
but now at the Civil War.
So the Civil War then came as a result of all the killings outside the eastern part of Nigeria. They weren't just killing Igbos, they were killing people with Bibio, people from Efik, all the tribes that make up eastern Nigeria. People. So all the people that make up eastern Nigeria were being killed. So they returned back to their ancestral land. As I said, trains were returning with people missing limbs, beheading. So although the trains had some people who survived, they have horrible stories to tell of what happened to them. So their relatives saw this and they were completely flabbergasted. What can we do? How do we then stay in this country called Nigeria? Because the plan was to get rid of the Igbos. The Yorubas, get rid of the Igbos, and some of my Yoruba friends would say, well, what am I talking about? When the Nigerian soldiers in Yoruba land went from door to door, they were knocking on doors, and when they used the word Toro used to be a tuppence, When you say Toro, the way you speak it, your accent will give away whether you are Yoruba or Igbo, and you got killed. Those were dubbed soul brothers, so they know where the Igbos lived and so in Lagos. So for the outsider, say, how can you know who's Igbo and who's? You all look alike. Some of us have tribal markings. That's another issue. But the way we had shops and the way they behave, they can tell who's Igbo. So anyway, cut a long story short again, the Igbos were killed outside their own tribal zone, their own tribal land. When they returned part, they didn't know what it is they ought to do. There was a lot of anger in the eastern part of Nigeria. We now need to find a solution. The solution was, if we stay as we are, that's fine. There's no problem. The Nigerian will tell us what to do. The rest of the Nigeria will tell us what they don't want to do. Do we go back and get killed again? Remember the 66, although there are three waves of killing, the Igbos have been killed, or the Easterners have been killed in Nigeria, in northern Nigeria, 1945, they've been killed in 1953. So this killing, the third time it's happened, the Biafrans or the Igbos or the Easterners felt enough was enough.
What prompted those earlier killings, which I wasn't aware of? The 45 and whatever other.
The 45 was around the war. There was a sort of strike around Jos area, the tin mines. So because the Igbos were leading the boycotting, the British thought it'd be a good idea just to let them suffer a bit. So they were massacred as a result of that.
So the British
were in charge.
The British instituted massacre.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not only
and
that,
on the second occasion.
The second occasion in '53 was about we want independence from Nigeria, but the North said we're not ready. And at the reception we had in Ibadan, which is the western part of Nigeria, insulted our delegates. So when they got back to North, they turned on the Igbos and killed them. So and the British investigated the killing and said, well, the reason for this killing is still in the ground and it may happen again. And nobody did anything about it. So the Igbos, therefore, the Biafrans, therefore, have a history of what's been happening to them over these years.
Okay, thanks.
So it was therefore this killing in '66 that literally broke the camel's back. Now, they decided, what do we do? Let's talk constitutional reform then to see how we can live together. And then it drifted into coming back to Ghana, in a place called Aburi, where the representatives from the eastern part of Nigeria, the western part, the northern part, the midwestern then, and Lagos, they all got together, they sat down with the new military governor. They killed the Igbo head of state. Now Gowon is in charge. So they went to Ghana to say, how do we live together as citizens of one country? The conclusion was that, those people we chased out of Nigeria, those who are government employed, we need to pay them their salaries. Yeah, they left from May, June, July. They haven't had any salary since January now. They're starving. We need to somehow help them. So the second, so one is therefore looking after those who have been displaced. There were 2 million, because the eastern region's government cannot cope with that sort of deluge of refugees. But the other thing that sustained them was this African way of doing things. Their own people, everyone have a village to go to, a relative, so they absorb them. The extended family system was what saved those 2 million people. Okay, unlike the current Rohingya. It's exactly so. The Rohingya will be chased out from Burma. They would go back. The UN need to step in and feed them. But in the Biafran scenario, the 2 million people were absorbed by the Easterners. Nobody stepped in to do anything. So they were nursing that wound. They're now asking Nigeria, how do we live together? So they went to Ghana, Aburi, Ghana, to try and find out the way to work out something. So it was decided the best thing is to have those 4 regions stay where they are and move apart slightly. They call confederation. So any decision has to be made by these 4 people leading the regions, and it's got to have concurrence. We've got to agree to it. And by the way, we're not going to use force to settle Nigerian crisis anymore. We're not going to kill each other anymore. Let's put force aside. They all signed this communique. Ankara, who was the general ruling Ghana at the time, by that time Nkrumah has been deposed. So Ankara was the one who chaired this meeting. The Nigerian delegation said, all right, why don't we put this communique to the African Union equivalent, which is the OAU. So that they have a copy of
63.
Yeah, so that we have a copy of this discussion. So no, it's an internal matter. We are Nigerians. We can deal with this problem. So let's keep it to ourselves. But we have a written agreement which we both signed, and so on. So they went away from Ghana very, very pleased that the Africans, for the first time, were sat down, were able to resolve all their issues and decide the way going forward. But all the agreements were made. Within a few days of returning from Aburi, the Nigerian side started saying, no, we did not agree to this. Let's say, hang on. The head of state, the head of Eastern Part said, we had this on gramophone record. It's all recorded. Here's the sheet. Your secretary signed it. My secretary. They were actually eating from the same spoon, the same plate. And if you look at the pictures of Aburi, they all agreed it was amicably settled. But then Nigeria decided to start pulling away, from the agreement, start
the
changing.
Government of Nigeria.
The government of Nigeria then started tried to go back, and we believe they may have been influenced by the Western input when they now read the script of how these Africans can live together. So the Western, in my opinion, can never run their country unless you have conflict in Africa, because that fuels their while you're busy killing each other, they cart away your goods, isn't it? And they give you weapons to kill each other. So it helps them. So if Aburi was allowed, there would have been no Biafra war. There would have been, in fact, no mention of Biafra as a country. So the Nigeria would have remained the same. And when the wound of all the killings, when that has settled, it's possible Nigeria could have remained one country. But because Aburi was reneged, they did not carry out the decision, because it's like the final straw. It was like, we have been killed numerous occasions, and we now want somehow to forge a way of going forward. But you ignored all the decisions we made. You ignored everything, and you then put inside this communique, we can declare a state of emergency at any time. So the Easterners were scratching their head, but you went and so they wrote a shirt, on Aburi we stand. Yeah, it's like the last straw. On Aburi we stand. So because that was reneged on, Biafran said, "Look, because that was so on the the accord was signed in January, 4th and 5th of January 1967." So Ojukwu said to the people, "We just have to wait for Gowon to come to us and agree with what we said." So Gowon started changing.
You haven't told the listeners who Ojukwu was.
Sorry. Ojukwu was Emeka Ojukwu was the person who was appointed after the coup, the first coup, which got rid of the Nigerian politicians in what they call the First Republic. He was appointed to administer the Eastern region.
And he's a soldier in the Nigerian army.
Yes, he was a Nigerian soldier, first Oxford trained, first Oxford graduate Nigerian military.
Yeah, general.
So he wasn't a general then, he was a lieutenant colonel.
All right.
When he was ruling, so he was appointed to administer Eastern Nigeria. Okay? Just as somebody who's called Ejo was appointed to administer Western Nigeria, Adebayo was appointed to administer Western Nigeria, and Katsina was appointed to look after Northern Nigeria. And then you had the overall supreme commander called Agi Ironsi. So when Agi Ironsi was removed, Gowon stepped into his place. When they went to Aburi, they didn't even know where Agi Ironsi was. They haven't accepted that he was dead. So Ojukwu said, well, first we have to decide that he's dead, he's not dead. So therefore, we cannot we cannot recognize Gowon as the supreme head until we decided. So it was in Aburi that they declared that the Supreme Commander has died. And the Ojukwu said, okay, if that's the case, we lower the flag as military and move on. The king is dead, long live the king, and so on. So that concept was put in place. So Gowon was going to be recognized as the overall head of the Nigerian. But he reneged, even though he's junior to Ojukwu and he's junior to other people like Adebayo from the West. So strictly speaking, there was an indisciplined Nigerian army. Because the next person after Major General Gowon, after General Agi Ironsi was killed, it should have been a Yoruba person who stepped into the breach to be the Nigerian army, called Ogundipe. But he was not allowed to be the head of Nigerian military because the Northerners didn't like the idea of anybody else ruling the country other than